Good morning, everyone. We want to call to order this Thursday, June the 23rd, 2016 meeting of the Alarm Systems Contractors Board. We want to welcome everyone that's here, including our guest. Ms. Vest, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Scott Cockcroft.
Here.
Keith Harvey.
Here.
Vivian Hickson.
Here.
Karen Jones.
Here.
Mackenzie Roberts.
Here.
You do have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Okay, have board members had an opportunity to review the agenda for today's meeting? And if so, a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
Make a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Harvey and a second by Mr. Cockcroft to adopt our agenda as presented. All in favor, voice by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion carries. Next on our agenda is the minutes from the March 21st, 2016 board meeting. And Ms. Vest, I believe there's some things we need to go over with that. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you very much. We had a court reporter, and what I'm going to ask you to do is to adopt the transcripts as your official following corrections. On page 2, you might want to look at your.
They don't have,
They don't have
they're not-
iPads?
no, it's almost 200 pages.
Is that the
No,
That's
that's
not
the
it.
airline.
That's not it.
Where's
I'll
the
tell you.
others?
I'll tell you what.
No, here you go. That's what they have to sign.
Yes, what you have to say. I'll give it to you, Madam Chair, so you can
Okay.
follow along. Give you my copy.
Well, if you need it, I'll just make notes.
I thought we were paperless.
We are. Best we can, and, okay, if you would, on page 2, it says Beth Bell, we want to add the addition of administrative assistant, just her title. Page 4, line 5, the word fire should be private, Private. Line 6, instead of division, should be commission.
Oops.
Page 9. Have that, Madam Chair? Oh, okay, on page 9, line 21, the word is extermination, should be termination. Please go back to page 5. Line 8, it says today's A meetings, please scratch A. Page 32. Line 17, remove the word I and put is. '70. Line 8, the last word is spelled Konicki. Page 70, line 14, the first word is Kerr, Kerr. Page 98, Line 8, the last word should be alarm. A-L-A-R-M. Page 114. Line 13. The word carry should be care, C-A-R-E. Page 15. Excuse me. Line 17, the first word is motion, M-O-T-I-O-N. Twenty-eight, 120, wait a minute, hold on. Page 128. Let me look at it, see what it is. Line 6 should be courtesy. Line 7, fourth word in should be courtesy. Back to page 126. Line 2, next to last word, remove you, Y-O-U. That's all the corrections we had, and we would like to thank our court reporter. She did an excellent job for her first time at an alarm contractors meeting. Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair, right now.
Okay, we need a motion to adopt the April 21st board meeting minutes with corrections that Ms. Best read out from the different pages into the record. All in favor, voice by saying aye, or we have a motion to approve.
So move.
And a second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Roberts, a second by Mr. Cockcroft to approve the minutes with the corrections made orally into the record. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries. Okay, now on the April 22nd, we also have corrections.
No, we didn't have any corrections on that one. That was the hearing.
Okay. Do we have this on
did-
our iPad?
No,
No?
I've sent them all out for you to review.
Okay. We need a motion to adopt the transcript as
Make a motion,
presented.
we adopt the transcript of the April 22nd board hearing.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Roberts and a second by Mr. Harvey. All in favor, voice by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion carries. And then lastly, the minutes from the teleconference meeting that was held on May the 31st, a motion to approve those minutes.
Make that motion.
Motion by Mr. Harvey, and do we have a second?
Second.
By Mr. Cockcroft. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries. Okay, are we going to go to the Lookout Portable Security next on our
Yes, it
agenda?
would be Exhibit A, yes.
And this is
It's our
the-
guest, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Wait just a sec, yes.
If I can just address the board this morning. This case was actually presented at our last board meeting. I believe it was case number 11. The case number was 2015-022-3231. That complaint opened alleging that the respondent was engaging in the business as an alarm systems contractor without certification. In response to that complaint, the respondent indicated that his product had been presented to the board on 3 different occasions, and each time the system was approved as a non-install system. However, the board did request a new viewing of the system, and so we've asked him to come here. It is Lookout Portable Security Systems, and I would just state that if the board decides that there is a violation and it proceeds to a hearing, it will be my advice that this case be turned over to an ALJ, since at this point, we're gonna reveal who the respondent is and give them an opportunity to respond, so as to not appear prejudicial at a hearing should it get that far.
Okay.
All right, well, thank you guys for letting me come up again. As the young lady said, we've been here a couple of times, but it's been a long time for me, about 15 years or so. I think there was some minutes from 15 years ago, and I think I was here. Anyway, I'll give a brief demonstration because it'll show everything.
You want to introduce yourself to the board?
Okay, yeah, I guess I better do that. I'm Sutton Mahaffey. I'm one of the owners of Lookout Portable Security. We started this company about 25 years ago. And just to give a brief overview, we design equipment for the military and the government. That's how we got started. And these particular products actually came from there, and some of the military and government guys came out into the private sector and thought that this would be something that would be useful for them. What it is a general purpose communicator or summonsing device that uses a portable radio as a communications medium. And basically what you do is you record a message into this box like you would an answering machine, and when a push button is pressed, that message is spit out on the radio. That is as simple as it gets. So for example, if I turn on this radio, and a lot of people carry radios, and I hit this push button, I've recorded a message into the box.
Assistance needed at the front lobby desk.
There's a little interference in here.
Assistance needed at the front lobby desk.
So whatever message I put in there, it can be whatever message. That message is just spit out on a radio whenever this push button goes off. That's as simple as it gets.
Excuse me, board members, you do have that on your iPad. You have your minutes as well if you want to look those over for the other our meeting. If you just give them a few minutes, Mr.
Sure.
Mahaffey, please. Excuse me.
Yeah, there's the rest of it.
That's the rest of it.
That's the exhibit. I didn't think I'd talk crazy, but.
Asked you, what you've shown the equipment to do today, is that all it's capable of doing?
That's all this equipment is capable of doing. You record a message onto this box, just like you would an answering machine. This has two messages, this one here. And you associate a message with a button. And once that's done, see, this system is not installable. It's, you send it up. We might pre-program it for a customer if they ask, but it's so simple to record a message into it and just say, you use it for whatever you want to. If you want it to be a summons device, if you want it to be a, I need assistance to do this, that, and the other, that is it.
I think to just tell about the system, the definition of it certainly sounds like it would fall under our category, but maybe to see the system makes it looks like something completely different. But so it has no other communication capabilities at all. That's it.
Well, you said a while ago it was a multi-function device, but reading back in the minutes, it seems that historically the board, if this is the same model that you've brought up here, I don't know if you have different models that you sell, different units?
Well, we have other units that the military buys, but not for customers in
Well, I
Tennessee
mean,
that are going to use
historically,
it.
except for one time, the board has always ruled, or that that it did require you to be licensed as an alarm board and contractor. And this goes back, I think, to 2000 maybe?
That was the first time I was here, but when I was here, this was approved as a push-button system. Now, there was some discussion because you are able to use, but not very many people use it, motion detectors and door contacts to get the same message, okay? That could be construed as a burglar alarm system.
That's true.
So the discussion was you cannot use those because we don't want it to be a gray area there, because it's really used for whatever message you put on the radio system. And that's a user configurable, and we don't even step foot in the buildings. They just plug it in and it plays a message out. So it was decided when I was here that the system cannot be used with motion detectors and door contacts, but push buttons are okay. Now, to construe that, I know about 3 years ago, a company called Central Communications showed up. They called me and said a school wanted to use this particular unit for summonsing whoever to whatever area. And they brought it in and they said the same thing, that the push button was fine because it was a non-installable, portable, move it around. It's not ever tied to any building. They move it all over the place and just use it whenever they need to use it. So, as a push button system, it's always been approved as far as when I was here.
Do you install it though? Do you go to the
No.
location? Because that was one thing we saw in the quote that was sent to us by I think the quote said had installation on it, like upgrade and install. Because that's always, I believe that's been our issue. Is, I mean, if you don't set foot in Tennessee and you ship it to them,
No, we say, how many buttons do you need with your system? X number. What radio frequency do you use? And there's a radio in here. I can open it up. This is a little bit, there's a radio built into there that's on the frequency of the customer. And we program it and we mail it out to them and say, hey, if you have an issue, call us, but there's nothing to do.
You just said how many buttons do you need, so what would what would be the function of the different buttons?
Each button has a message.
they might have one at each desk in a courthouse or each
Yeah,
courtroom or something.
Well, one of the
Right.
issues was that this had a wireless smoke detector sent a signal that the system could do. Now, this was back sometime around 2000.
That was in
reading.
one of the other, it did say that the system could do smoke detectors and door windows, and if those were used, it would be.
He addressed
A
the
while
door windows,
while
but he
back,
didn't address
a
the
while back,
smoke.
these the sensor package, this is like a garage door opener receiver, so to speak. So each of these this can have a motion. They did have a smoke detector option. Nobody ever uses that. This is really just a push button system. The different sensors that the manufacturer makes are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. So you can get whatever you want to get. But for this particular system, in Tennessee, I don't know any customer that has anything but a push button.
Sutton, how do you market these systems?
Well, you can market it, you can market as a push-button call system, a general-purpose communications device.
I mean, how do you contact your customers?
We'll go to a share. Anybody that has a radio system can use this system, because if you don't have a radio system, you can't use it. So we'll go to a hospital show, we'll go to a school show, we'll go to a sheriff's show and say, hey, if you guys have any, and this is because of the military guys that actually went into the private sector, and that's how we got our market when we first did this 20 years ago. So if they have a radio system, and there's a need for it, because it is a temporary type solution for a problem. It's not a replacement for a burglar alarm. This isn't a burglar alarm system that I'm familiar with. It's more of a general purpose. We need assistance in an area, and I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. It's so sheriff's department.
So you just go to shows and people say, "Oh, I like that," and how do I buy it? And throw money at your feet. Well, not exactly.
Well, I mean, they'll call up and say, "What do we need? We like that system? It'll help us in certain situations." For example, trailers at schools. They don't have any way of getting information to the administrators. That's a latest application, if you will. So they would call us, or the sheriff would contact them and say, hey, we have a little system over here that we use in the courthouse from time to time that can summons people to an area, and it makes the person that's going to respond more mobile. They can be around and not have to know, hey, where's the person? We need assistance over here. So they just press the button and it comes out over the radio. So it's general purpose, and you can use it for whatever you want to use it for. I mean, I guess if you wanted to say, this is a panic button system, okay, if you wanted to use it. This is a, call system for a hospital. You can use it for that. It's multi-purpose, so it doesn't elude itself to one particular purpose. But the key that we went through the last time was the sensor package was the one discussion that I remember, and the installability of it was another, which is what you see is what you get. It's not installed. I mean, if you go, it's installed.
You ever actually physically install them where there are multiple receivers or something, or there's other wiring to them? Or
No wiring at all, ever.
Is the batteries rechargeable or something like
There's
that?
a battery in here, and there's if you're going to use it for more than like a week at a time, which some people do, they can plug it in and just leave it plugged in. If you want to take it out and move it down the road to another facility, take it down the road and move it to another facility. The buttons are not tied down. You can Velcro them. A lot of people do that, but it's a movable system.
Do you have any sort of a storefront operation where these are sold? Just sold over the telephone, internet?
Yeah, I mean, since we've been in business for 25 years, people know of this system to be able to help them in, a temporary type security or push button type system. And so we've gone to shows for 20 years, so people kind of know that, hey, this is a system that this person uses, and this can solve a problem that we're having, and so they call us and ask us about it. I mean, we have a website. You can go over there and look at it, but
Where are you located?
Kennesaw.
Kennesaw,
Yeah.
okay. How many salespeople do you have? Just you? Oh.
I think the issue that I have is we've had two things come before us. One was that referenced installation. One was the person purchasing it, I believe, and the other was a complaint from. But we had two people that questioned it on installation. As you present it today, I mean, it looks like a great product. It looks like it's all self-install, like you would never set foot in Tennessee. It's not an issue. But we had two different people inquire about the installation aspect of it. Or we had the people buying it inquire about the installation, and then I guess someone else filed a complaint.
Yeah, the complaint appears to come from another company. And just to quote from the complaint, it says, I have reason to believe the Lookout Portable Security has quoted, bid, installed, and serviced alarm systems within the state of Tennessee for a number of years. Sorry.
The one I'm reading that I have trouble with says that you have installed, serviced alarm systems for a number of years within the state of Tennessee, that you work on people's systems that they already have, upgrade them.
Where was
the
that?
same
What-
company?
Is that a different?
I'm reading the
Some
front
some
page right
people
here.
will some people will send back a system for an
Contractor without
upgrade and we'll ship it
certification.
back to the customer.
That was a complaint that was alleged this time that she's
Do you work
reading
on
about.
any other security systems besides that?
We don't do anything
Never.
with anything but this. I mean, installation, I mean, I don't know where else I can tell you the installation comes from. I mean, this is the box, these buttons go with either one of the boxes. This has more messages than this. I mean, if I was, now I'm not gonna say I've never been to a courthouse because.
Recently quoted to upgrade
No,
their
I know,
system.
you're talking Anderson County and Clinton, Tennessee. I
I'm
know
not
exactly.
naming names, I'm just saying you quoted to upgrade their existing system,
Over
which
the-
was not that.
No, it was this one right here. This box right here, they have one in there from 10 years ago. And they wanted more messages on their box. So they said, what will it cost to upgrade? And I said, here's the cost of an upgrade. We can send you the panic buttons and you can add to the system and there you
What
go.
other message would they want besides help? Would it be front door open, rear window open?
Push buttons. There's no other sensors
Well,
on the
push button's a
system.
transmitter, and so are
That's
door
true.
switches, window switches. I'm done.
No, go ahead. I didn't understand your question exactly.
I asked, had you quoted to upgrade other people's systems besides that? Why would it say that you've been working on systems for years here in Tennessee?
Have systems from 20 years ago in Tennessee, but it's this system right here. I mean, we don't do any wiring in any buildings at all. That's not what we do. We don't have anybody that knows anything about wiring or burglar alarms or anything like that. You know, I'm not trying to get around anything because I've been in here a couple of times. It's just been approved as a push button system. No other sensors can be used from what I gathered, and no other sensors have ever been used except for these push buttons. Now, go back to installation. I don't know what else I can say except if I went in and said, here's your box, here's your buttons, there's your installation. Because they're going to pass them out. I don't know where these go. They're just going to pass them out to whoever needs to have a panic button or a. We have tried in the past, because we do have every now and then that particular complaint. I remember the guy calling and saying, hey, do you mind if we upgrade the system at this particular facility? And I said, knock yourself out, go ahead. And I said, let me know if you guys are going to quote on the system so I don't get in your way. And you're right there 2 miles away, and it prevents me from having to deal with the customer, and if they have an issue with it up there, whatever, you can deal with me. And I never heard from the guy again. So they actually called and said, hey, are you guys going to submit a bid? I said, well, I'll submit it, but I think that customer is going to handle it for you. When the bids were open, the customer called me and said, now, this is what he said. He said that guy was going to charge me $5,000 for coming in and saying, here's your system, here's your button, and they were irate about it. Now, that's all I know. I said, well, that's neither here nor there. So that's when they got the complaint from the other guy, because he said, we're just going to purchase the stuff from you. We don't want to pay the $5,000 extra for nothing, because there's no installation of the system. So that's where the complaint came from that I know of.
Did you come to Tennessee and install it or do anything?
I
Did you
come to-
deliver it to Tennessee?
The first time in 2000, I delivered it to Tennessee, yes.
This time you didn't? You
No,
didn't?
they haven't bought anything.
Okay.
Well, in the previous complaints that's come before the board, here's a Centurion wireless alarm.
It's not ours.
What about, they don't use your equipment?
No, Centurion Alarm is a totally different company. I have heard of them before that.
I think some of these other examples for us were just,
There were other examples of, I think, portable systems that the board had considered and whether or not they decided that a
Well, that's
license
what I'm
was
trying to
needed.
see, if there's any difference between these others that we've ruled did require licensing compared to what product Mr. Mahaffey is offering. You know, is,
I believe the Centurion product, which is a totally different company than us, does similar things, but I don't know what all they do. I mean, they can use, well, I know they're a wireless company, and we've had, you know, hey, there's a competitive product, and I don't know a lot about their particular product, and it does similar things. So
can that recorded message be sent to like a police frequency?
that does. So this radio, or whatever frequency you program into this radio.
So you could actually notify the police with that unit?
If the police confirm that or approve that you use this on their radio, you can't use this on the police channel unless they approve it. So like for a courthouse, that's usually by the sheriff's department. So you have to get approval by the sheriff's department to put this on their frequency. Otherwise, you can't
So it
use
can go outside a closed radio frequency. It can be programmed to dispatch to law enforcement, fire, anybody, correct?
Summons other people.
School resource officers, any frequency you put on there, whoever's using whatever frequency. And a lot of times we don't even know who it's going to because they'll say, program this radio to frequency A, B, C, and D, and we'll just use it however we want to use it.
Mr. McAfee, can you give me an approximation of your annual sales?
Probably about 500,000, something like that.
Okay.
Most of our stuff goes to the military. We have military contracts, other systems besides these.
So again, the unit on your right, my left, it just has greater capabilities?
More messages. This one has 2. This one actually has up to about 64 that you can record into it and assign a button for 64 different locations. It was more developed. It was developed for the military, and it's kind of spilled over to maybe a school.
You actually manufacture this equipment?
Yes. Yep.
where does your bid stand at this point? It's
Floating.
but does it include installation?
No installation. I mean, if I went up to Tennessee and said here, sometimes people want it and sometimes they don't, because it's so easy to put it in. If you get all the programming done in our facility, you turn it on and it works. Some people, go ahead.
I'm sorry, if I can address the board really quickly. I know you were asking about the bid. The bid that was presented in December of 2015 to the board is actually on that projector screen. I believe that's the bid for the courthouse that Mr. Cockcroft was asking about, whether or not that included installation.
That looks like something that I would write.
I was just looking through, just to sort of get a clarification on this and an understanding. I was looking through the exclusions under our 6232-305. There are 15 sub-paragraphs there that provide exclusions for alarm systems, installers, sales, and so forth. And I was just trying to go down through and see if your product fit in any of those particular exclusions. And it would be my opinion that they do not. So I do not see within our statute any exclusion that your product line would fall under. And again, that's 6232-305, subparagraphs 1 through 15. I guess I bring that up for the board's review. We've got a copy, you should have a copy of the page 4 and 5. Page 4 is where the 6232-305 is found, where the exclusions are listed. The subparagraphs start on page 4 and then continue on to page 5. And I was just sitting here kind of doing a checklist of those 15 exclusions. And I don't see that your system falls under any of those. I guess I open that up for the review and discussion of the other board members. Historically, that's where we have looked when an equipment system or proposal has been brought forth to fall, to say there's no license required. We typically look into our exclusions paragraph to find.
Do you have a copy of the exclusions?
No, I don't.
Do y'all have a hard copy he could review just for a moment so that he'll see what we're talking about?
I'll provide him with mine.
Thank
So do you guys consider this, now that you've seen it again, a burglar alarm system? I guess that's where I was kind of like, this really isn't a burglar alarm system. So the licensing requirements seem to require you to know how to wire buildings up and monitoring services, something that we have no clue.
Oh, it's
What
as
do-
simple as detect and summons.
Well,
I mean, that's simple as far as an alarm system. That's how we classify it.
Okay.
It detects and it summons.
panic alarms fall under our regulation also. So, I mean, within the broad purview of our statute, panic alarms generally would fall under the burglar alarm category. And certainly what you are indicating that you have, the primary purpose of that system, it would be a panic type alarm to summon help.
That's defined by the user, but yes.
If it didn't summon help, it wouldn't be much use, would it?
Well, I mean, assistance needed at the front, whatever you put in there as the user, yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, is that a panic condition? Maybe, I don't know.
Well, when you say it can summons the police through the radio frequency, you're crossing the line there. You're the same thing as having an alarm system that's got the old time dialer on it that you program it to call the police. That's basically what you're doing with that radio box.
Okay, well, I mean, like I said, it was approved as a push button before, so if it's kind
That's
of moved
defined as
away from that,
off-premise.
that's news to me,
Summoning.
so to speak.
I do think where you cross the line is installation, and I realize you don't feel like there's a lot of installation there. Obviously, or to me, it's obvious that there is something more to it as far as programming and handing it over to the customer. The other dealer that we won't get into price, but if he charged something for install, he felt like there was something that he was doing for that.
I don't know
There-
what he's gonna do.
And if the customer doesn't want the install, and if you sell them the equipment and there's no install, you don't set foot in Tennessee, you ship it to them, I do think that comes under 3, which is an equipment distributor or supplier not offering, that says not offering monitoring or installation services. It says not offering sales monitoring or services to the end user, but I thought we also have exclusions for the courthouse for government employees to do the install or do it themselves, but
We always, a while ago, we would come up and kind of, here's the system. There really wasn't a lot to do with it then, but people got a little upset that we were, coming in, this is all over the country, coming in and going, you're charging us $1,000 to come up and do that, and you're out in 20 minutes. So we actually give people a 10% discount because we don't have to come up there and install it. We sell these all over the country. We don't go all over the country with just a few people.
I understand, and
I
we're
got
not
you.
trying to be
No, I understand.
difficult. We just have to go by.
I get it,
the-
I get it.
what we're given.
Okay, I get it.
To me, it's clear that if you don't set foot in Tennessee, if you don't go install it, that it's, to me, I mean, you can sell the product, you're in a whole nother state, they can buy it from you. But it's when you come into the state, I mean, there are things that you're doing, whether you're programming it or if there's a warranty problem, you know, somebody coming to work on it, seeing why it doesn't.
We don't do any work except at our facility in Kennesaw, Georgia. Zero.
It did the paperwork I saw didn't show anything about installation on that, but did your investigation find that there was any install or anything to?
It did not. Give me just a second. And it was just the email from the competitor and Mr. Mahaffey's response. Because I don't think that we didn't do an investigation because I don't think the bid was actually accepted and the sale was completed. But while I have the board's attention, there are additional restrictions and exclusions that you may consider in Tennessee Comprehensive Rules and Regulations 0090-01-.03. If there's any further discussion, I guess, as to determine whether or not Mr. Mahaffey's system is accepted out of our statutes and rules. In particular, we were looking at paragraph 6, subpart 6, but of course, I just wanted to bring your attention to the rules as well.
Do we have a copy of that on the iPad?
It's on the board, it's on
And
the
I've got it on the screen.
screen if you'd like to see it.
Which one did you say, Ashley?
6.
Okay.
Self-contained.
But it is on your iPads under.
I wouldn't personally describe this as fitting in that. That's aimed at just a battery operated smoke detector you could buy at a retail store. There is intercommunication with this, whether it's with wiring or not, but.
Absolutely. I just wanted to make sure I brought that to the board's attention
thank
as
you.
well.
Well, right there, it says that does not send a signal outside the protected premises by means of buzzers, bells, sirens, or remote communication. That's what you're doing. When you have the frequencies programmed into those radios, it allows you to send that whatever user-defined message it is, whether it's help, smoke, fight, whatever, it is summoning people outside the contained premises.
What do we need to do at this point? We've seen the
Determine if he
presentation,
needs a license.
but should we,
So,
do we need a
well,
motion?
for
or-
the board is to determine whether or not Lookout Portable Security Systems would require a license for those systems to be sold in Tennessee. Additionally, there is the open complaint and whether or not there is a violation of unlicensed activity. And like I said, if the board finds that there is a violation and this particular case goes forward to a hearing, it would just be my advice to not have the board hear it based on our discussion today.
Well, I mean, if you guys rule against that, we just won't sell in Tennessee. That's the bottom line to this. I mean,
I can understand that.
I guess and again, I don't see that exclusion there, as we just reviewed, would be applicable here. I go back to the statute 6232-305. It would appear that subparagraph 1 would be the most direct possible exclusion. It indicates that equipment manufacturers, which you are, not providing direct sales, monitoring, or installation of service to system end users would be excluded. However, it would appear from what I would understand is that you are in fact providing direct sales to customers. And again, it would appear to me that particular exclusion would be the one that would be most closely have the potential for your product to fall under. Providing the direct sales, because you do provide direct sales, you do not provide monitoring. From what you've indicated, you really don't provide installation. And in seeing this, it looks like it's a typographical error in the statute there where it says installation of service, but it should be installation or service to system end users. I just don't feel like that your product falls within that exclusion. The other ones pretty clearly would not apply. Madam Chairman, for that reason, and after carefully reviewing this, I would make the motion that the product that's presented here by Mr. McAfee would require licensing to be for direct sales, would not find an exclusion here within our statutes.
Under 6232,
6232, 305.
1.
I find that those exclusions would not directly apply to Mr. McAfee's product line here and the way it's marketed.
Okay. We have a motion by Mr. Roberts. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second by Mr. Harvey that under Tennessee 6232-305 exclusions from requirement that he does provide direct sales under the number 1 equipment manufacturers. So for that reason, it would require licensing under the state of Tennessee. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries. Mr. Harvey.
Again, there's also the matter of the outstanding complaint 2015-022-3231. Again, whether or not there had been a violation, because, again, the allegation was that, look out, I want to quote it correctly. It's right here. And the complaint was that the respondent quoted, bid, installed, and serviced alarm systems within the state of Tennessee for a number of years. My recommendation was for the board to discuss whether or not there was a violation of unlicensed activity, and if so, what disciplinary action should be taken, if any, based on that particular allegation.
Let me ask a couple of questions there. You included the word installation and serviced in the complaint.
I included that. Again, I was quoting the complainant.
Do we have any evidence that installation and service is?
In this particular instance, in this complaint, it was based on, I think, a bid, and I don't think that bid was completed. I don't think the job was done. So as far as this complaint is concerned, there was no actual installation or servicing because the sale was not completed.
Are we talking again about the quote for Anderson County? It goes back to
We
that
are.
one. And I think you said that's not, it's just floating. It's not been
Yeah,
completed.
that system has not been, it's just sitting there waiting for a decision from you guys. Now, you know, they have an older system, and there's several people in the state that have older systems of ours from, I'm going to say, the previous approval of the push-button system. So there are systems out there that, you know, they're going to call us and say, hey, can you help us with this? And I guess the answer is going to be no, based on the alarm board's decision. We can't help you with the systems that you guys have. So
If you choose to become licensed, you could do that.
I agree, but, you know, with our company, we know nothing about monitoring services or wiring buildings and so
But
forth.
it doesn't require you to
Don't have
provide
to.
monitoring. It would just provide you the ability to sell these units in Tennessee.
Well, I
That's not a
understand.
requirement that you provide monitoring.
No, I understand, but I think the testing that requires, you have to know all the electrical code for Tennessee. We went through this before, and it's like, nobody knows anything about how to wire all that testing. You have to know how to do all that stuff as if you were an alarm installer, and that's way out of our league. See, and we went, this is not a system that does any of that stuff. That was why I was, you know, that's why it got kind of dismissed before, because there was no installation and it wasn't what you guys were looking for before, because
But it could be the rules and have changed
Well, it
since
could be.
that
That's fine.
happened. Because
You
I
know.
don't know the exact date, because I know we have rule changes
yeah,
quite
I mean,
often.
I get it. It's just if now, we could get somebody, probably like an alarm installer, to do this. And that was why I was trying with that complaint and say, hey, if you guys want to do it, that's fine. And we may go that way. The issue that we've had in the past, and we've experienced that over 15 years, is they can't make any money off this.
Mr. McAfee, I have some sympathy towards your particular situation. You're manufacturing a product and you want to market it profitably, and certainly that's a reasonable business model. Let me suggest that you take a real close look at our statute and the exclusions there. You're quite close to to fitting within some of the exclusions. And perhaps with some minor changes to the way in which you market and service your product, you might well qualify some of the exclusions. Again, the product is quite close to that, and I think given the information we have at this point, it doesn't fit within the exclusion. But I don't think it would take a great deal for you to fall within one of the exclusions, and I guess I would look at exclusion subparagraph number 1, or perhaps number 3, or perhaps number 4, by modifying the way you offer your product slightly, you might fall within one of those exclusions. So I do have some sympathy for your situation. It's not that we're trying to create insurmountable obstacles.
I understand.
So if you would keep that in mind. Now, we are discussing, as I would understand it, the complaint. All right, the complaint alleged installation and service. We have some indication that has not taken place.
But I got a question for the board. A bid to do such, is that not unlicensed activity in of itself? If you don't have a license and you are, that we say in the rules that you can't even talk about it, much less put it in writing that you will do. Does that not say that's unlicensed activity?
I wouldn't feel that given the circumstances here, that there perhaps was a bid or a response to a bid solicitation. I would not necessarily feel like that was unlicensed activity, considering the fact that there really hasn't been any action taken on that. There hasn't really been any activity that I have any indication of. Basically, if I understand it, we've got a complaint. Two key parts of that complaint are installation and service. Neither one of those we have any indication has taken place.
That's correct.
And so I would, the other portions of it and I don't recall exactly what they were that he bid and
Bid, quoted,
Bid,
installed,
quoted.
and serviced.
say bid quoted. I wouldn't necessarily feel like that those particular actions. Yeah, the installed and serviced would be a problem.
No person shall sell, install, service, monitor, or respond. I was always been told that if you suspect unlicensed activity, to get a quote, get something in writing, and that, for lack of better words, holding your shingle out, sticking it out there saying, hey, I'll put this alarm in for you, that's unlicensed activity.
I
The
agree
only problem I've
typically.
had is over the years, that one board has voted no, one board has voted yes. And considering the sale has not taken place, I feel like no harm, no foul, with the understanding that Mr. Mahaffey knows that he cannot sell these units in Tennessee again without being licensed and go there.
That's what I was
Because
going
with
to
the
say as well,
with
because
the controversy in the past, I can understand if you say you've brought the same unit up here every time, but when you start putting in the ability that you can program police radios or fire radios frequency into that changes the whole scenario for me completely.
All right, well, that's fine. I mean, it's been like that for 20 years. It
Well, I
hadn't
mean, I
changed
don't
at
know
all.
if that particular question was brought out because, since the police systems have gone digital versus where they used to not be, they were analog, you probably couldn't do that then. But now that other systems have changed to digital, it does give you greater ability to reach out to more first responders in this case. So, I mean, it's the board's preference on that, but my opinion is they've been told yes, no over the past. I think we finally reached a clear decision.
That's
You
fine.
require licensing as an alarm systems contractor to sell these units in Tennessee. don't do it anymore, and you said you wouldn't, or you would explore a way to not be in violation of the law.
Got it?
Okay.
Madam Chairman, I would make a motion that we dismiss the complaint that was brought forward with regards to this particular product.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Roberts, a second by Mr. Cockcroft to dismiss this complaint based on what we've heard here today. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
The motion carries.
Let-
Thank you.
I asked the board a question. If Mr. McHappy decided to apply for the license, could he use his experience?
But he didn't know anything about alarms. Which way are we gonna go?
I'm just asking you, if he
I-
decided, he's
I
been doing
I
it
think
for
we'd have
20
to. I
years.
think we'd have to consider that if an application were made.
All right.
Let me bring up one other thing that has come up that we've been discussing here. Mr. McAfee indicated that he has several systems that are already installed in Tennessee, and what would happen with those. If he is not providing like on-site service or any sort of service to that, then I would feel like that they would not have a problem. If they have a problem with a piece of equipment, send it back to your plant and you make repairs on it and return it to them. I would not see any particular problem with that. I certainly don't feel like it'd be to anybody's particular benefit to have an orphan system out there that Mr. McAfee could not provide off-site repairs to. So, and I don't know how the rest of the board feels. That would
I
be
agree.
my
I agree
opinion.
with you.
So I
Phone support, if they call in and say,
Yeah,
hey,
I
hey,
think because
phone-
most of these are government organizations that
and that's it.
taxpayer money, so.
In that situation, you're really acting like a manufacturer would normally act. Yes, we provide off-site telephone service support, technical support. If it breaks, send it back and we'll fix it. Quite frankly visualize you probably more as an equipment manufacturer than
Yep.
anything else, and those would be the normal activities of a manufacturer as opposed to a sales or installation type service. But I wanted to bring that up so that I would expect those situations will occur in the future and wouldn't leave you or the system owner in some sort of limbo as to not knowing what to do.
all right, well, I appreciate that. Does the board suggest, well, I think there's two options for us to pursue. One of them is find an alarm installer that has a license that can just deliver this and do whatever they need to do, and then can be the third party between us. That's one.
Absolutely, that would
That would solve
fit-
the problem.
fit
And
your-
we've
fit
tried
your
that.
product line well.
It couldn't be, there's something there about joint venture. It couldn't be where you're selling it and they're just doing the install and delivering it. You'd have to sell it to them and they would have to sell it to the end
Correct,
user.
correct. That would be how to do it.
You'd just be the manufacturer supplying them equipment.
Yeah, we've had issues in the past only because we've had a few middlemen, sell the equipment and then they fall off the earth and then we have to support the equipment anyway. So it's kind of a two-way street. The second, if down the line we discover that these middle people aren't working out very well because they're not supporting the customer, which we found in the past, is it a problem if we try to hire somebody to say, okay, let's go ahead and get an alarm license, even though we're not going to do probably 90% of what the alarm license is testing us for, but at least we'll have somebody there that can say, okay,
I think at that point you would be in compliance with the statute, yes.
okay, all right.
The other thing that might help is 6232, 321, counties and municipalities. If you're selling the equipment to them, because they can do the install right without being licensed under that.
Well, that's who we sell it to anyway.
But if the whole issue is you doing the install.
No, okay. I mean, no,
That's
okay,
the
well,
issue.
all right,
If you
let's-
don't install it, you just
All right,
need
what
to be-
happens, let's.
Well, he's not doing installs though, so, we've had this issue before come before us when it's in a federal building that they're excluded from it if it's a government entity. So we're back to square one, that if he's only selling these to government entities, the contracts in the past have allowed him an exclusion from being licensed. Am I correct?
The exclusion, I don't believe 321 allows him to install. It allows him to sell the equipment to them.
But he's not installing.
And they can install it. I
Which
think
one,
that's
which one
where
are
it-
you on, Scott?
6232, 321.
Okay.
Why don't we go this route? Let's say Anderson County wanted to purchase this equipment. If we just say, under no circumstances are we allowed to step foot in your facility, you must install the equipment yourself. And you can call us with anything. I mean, that's an option, or we're not allowed to sell in Tennessee. I guess that's the whole, without a license. So I guess that's the two questions.
That's my interpretation, is that he could sell it as long as he doesn't install it, that the one installing it is the county or municipality.
Well, Mr. McAfee, I think you've really identified what I would visualize as probably your two best paths for marketing your product system here in Tennessee. And, I think either one of those would be pretty viable for you. And again, in our exclusions, there's some possibilities where you could successfully manufacture and sell your product. It would seem like it'd primarily be through a third party licensed in Tennessee, or to become a licensed entity yourself. Either one of those options would be very clear that you would fall within the statute and not have a problem.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for coming, sir.
All right.
Madam Chair, I'd like to, if we're finished with Mr. McHappy, we appreciate him coming in.
Oh, no problem.
Take a break.
Yes.
Okay. We'll reconvene at 10:30. Or longer. Okay, we're going to call back to order this meeting of the Tennessee Alarm Systems Contractors Board. Next on our agenda is the legal report, but do we want to move some items around?
Yes, Madam Chair, we'd like to go down to appearances, and our first appearance would be Exhibit H, Jack H. Cathy, who I believe is here. Sir, could you come up? Let me just clean that
There's a
off.
son in.
Does your qualifying agent come with you?
He is the.
Oh, you are the okay,
He's that fun. It's his experience.
okay. Well,
And
Mr. Cathy, if you would give them a few moments to look over the material too. Did sign in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Please speak into the microphone when it's your turn. Thank you.
Kathy, how long have you been in business doing the fiber optic?
I started the company in 2009, July 2009.
What all do you do?
At this time, we do wireless internet to the home through out for rural broadband. We do fiber to the premise, so fiber optic internet to the home, telephone service through the fiber optic. We're a CLEC in the state of Tennessee, so we're a competitive local exchange carrier as far as the phone company is concerned. And we do internal building wiring for Cat 5, if they have standard telephone for PBX systems, things like that. We do all the wiring and installation and service for those services.
Say, when you were at the sheriff's office, you say you were the information technology director. What does that mean exactly?
Basically, anything that had anything to do with computers or technology, they threw it in my court to handle. So I started there as a internship, and I just stayed for 4 years as a reserve, and we managed everything from we helped support 911 if it went down in the night. The jail has a series of PCL controllers that open and close doors, things like that. That system was a interesting thing to deal with. Pretty much all of our radio communications, I handled that. All of our repeaters and reprogramming all of our radios. When we narrowbanded, myself and another colleague, we reprogrammed all the radios in the county ourselves because we had received I guess a grant that let us purchase the equipment and the software.
What years were you at was it Marshall County Sheriff's Office?
2010 to 2014. I served under Sheriff Norman Dalton.
You had your company going at the same time as you were doing reserve
Yes,
duties
ma'am.
with them?
In 2011, I believe it was, we also built the fiber lines for the 911 that connects all of our PSAPs together so that they can exchange CAD data, which is the computer-aided dispatch, and it later went to transport the 911 calls itself. So we maintain and service that system. So when someone calls 911, it goes through the system we installed in Marshall County.
I'm sure you saved them lots of money being able to do this.
Shortly after we installed it, there was a large bid that came across for Metro E circuits at all the PSAPs, and I told him, I said, don't really need that. You have your own private fiber, and the sales guy even actually agreed with us at that point. So it was kind of fun.
Save the tax dollars a lot of money. Have you started taking any of the tests for your QA, or are you waiting to see if the board's going to accept your education and experience?
I am waiting to see if the board would accept my
Okay.
experience.
Other than this brief note we have, what security experience do you have? Working on anything in the past, security related?
Well, I'm not allowed to work on any security systems, for customers or anything. I've done home stuff for myself and, have a few systems I've put together and tinkered with and things like that. But mainly I've shadowed with another alarm company, Liggett Alarms of Lewisburg, Tennessee, which is Glenn Liggett. And I just basically have told him several years ago, hey, I think this is interesting. I want to get on board. And he's let me follow him to some of his calls and showed me, here's why I did this, and he explained all the logic of the circuits and things like that. And that's pretty much my experiences, or what I've been allowed to do in the state of Tennessee is pretty much just shadow and watch. I can't do anything for.
Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Kathy? Any concerns, discussion?
Mr. Kathy, you are applying in the closed-circuit TV category, that's correct?
Yes, sir. We'd also like to explore that license too, if we could make this experience count for both.
He's wanting alarm and closed-circuit TV?
Yes, ma'am.
Burglar alarm, I'm sorry.
The application just
Yes,
was
if you
marked
look at the application, it's
CCTV.
only, if you look at the application, it's only marked CCTV. So, Mr. Kathy, you didn't fill out your application to say burglar, but is that what you were interested in?
Yes, ma'am. I apologize if there's an error in the documentation.
It wouldn't matter, would it, on the, I mean, even if this was approved for CCTV, he could add the burglar fire or anything later with testing?
Right, but he wants to do it all at one time while he's here.
So you're wanting to do the burglar alarm and the CCTV at one time?
Today, I just wanted to mainly see if y'all would permit my experience so that I could proceed, and then potentially may have to fill out a more complete application for the, if permitted, to count my experience.
Okay.
I definitely think the experience applies for CCTV. Our issue probably is that we've got to look at it for all of it, for whether it was if you wanted to add burg or fire or monitoring or something. And just for CCTV, I definitely think the wiring and phone experience that you have would be very applicable. I'm not sure on the burglar alarm side of it. It does sound like you probably wouldn't have a lot of trouble with it, but you know, those are the requirements there as far as the experience requirements. Or the other issue, I guess, would be the degree. Is that it's the issue that it's not listed as it would have to be a computer science or computer.
And my degree is in computer information systems, which is very similar to computer science. So that was also my request today, to see if that would be permissible as a applied degree.
Your degree from, your associate's degree was in computer science?
Yes, ma'am. Computer information systems at Columbia State. And then I have a bachelor's from Middle Tennessee State University in computer information systems as a minor. I guess also a lot of the question I had towards the experience too, with everything going towards the wireless and there being less and less wiring every day in these systems, and more of the signals delivered over TCP/IP to the monitoring stations. That's kind of why we were asking for our experience to count, since you know the signals are being interpreted into TCP/IP, and we have lots and lots of experience with transporting internet traffic these days. So with the systems getting more towards that, that's why I thought that maybe our experience would be more relevant than back in the day when you had to wire everything hardwired.
Well, Mr. Kathy, you're correct in that the industry is changing. Certainly, there's a lot more wireless equipment out there now than ever before. More of it is digital than ever before. But still, the application of the equipment is you really don't have any particular experience in that area. and where to locate devices, how to utilize the devices, from the actual programming, communication of signals. It would appear, based on my opinion, that you'd be well qualified in that area. And that's only a portion of what really would be required to be fully competent in closed circuit television or burglar alarms either, and probably triply so if you were contemplating doing any sort of fire alarm systems. So I guess I have some reservations. Certainly you have a good broad experience in what you've been doing, but how applicable that would be directly to the installation and service of closed circuit television and burglar alarm systems, I guess I remain unconvinced at this point.
And I guess that's sort of a lot of the problem I have is being the owner of the company and providing this, I can't really achieve 5 years of experience in any other way because I would have to go work for an existing alarm company for 5 years, and I'm sort of stuck in a
Which
in a
really
hole.
it's not very feasible, is it?
Right. So that's kind of what we're looking to find a solution here that would be permittable or please the board. And of course, we're wanting to seek all the training out there for alarm systems and things like that, and the testing.
There are some excellent training courses available, and I would assume that you probably will be pursuing that. I would strongly recommend that you look into some some hands-on type courses where you attend in person as opposed to doing some sort of online course, which you just don't quite get the experience from an online course. I don't believe that you would from an instructor that's providing direct information. I would think that you really need to pursue that some. And I understand as owner of the company, you don't want to go out and work for somebody else in an alarm business to gain experience. I would feel like a reasonable amount of your experience would be applicable. But I just think in terms of actually applying the equipment and installing the equipment involved, we just really don't have any indication that your experiences would fall into that particular category. And that's certainly a very important part of installing any sort of a system. I don't know, what does the rest of the board think?
I think for the CCTV, he's well qualified.
Well, CCTV, so much of it is the transmission of signals from point A to recording it on a network recorder these days. So, of course, still application of the lenses and the application of the equipment. But you could pick up the biggest part of that through some there's some excellent courses out there that are available. And
I agree strongly with the hands-on. I think that is a great avenue. I guess our question, we're saying that not having experience with where to place equipment and things like that, a lot of that is for the simple fact that it is illegal for us to do that at this point. So we can't really gain that experience or demonstrate any prior knowledge because it's forbidden unless we are licensed. So we're wanting to achieve, if nothing else, achieve the board today to at least say, if you go take the testing and pass the qualifying agent test, then we would count, the 5 years of experience as what you've done existing, because at this point in time, the way the law is written, we don't have a way of, there is no option for achieving an alarm license.
I think I would feel a lot more comfortable with looking at your experience if it included some of the coursework that's available. And again, there are a number of excellent courses. I know that there's some excellent CCTV courses that your experience probably would cover a portion of it, but there's a lot of it that you just really, based on what we see here, haven't been exposed to. I think if you gain some more experience through coursework and classwork, you could show that you had gained some experience through that perhaps that coupled with the educational experience you've got here would go a long way towards making me feel comfortable in terms of your application. I think you're close, but I just to me that you need more experience, and I think you could gain that experience through coursework, through some of the classes, the multi-day hands-on classes that would give you, in my opinion, good experience. That would augment the hands-on experience you've got in the computer industry, and I think I'd really like to see that sort of experience included with what you've already got. The idea of just taking an exam and passing the exam is, that's an experience all to itself, but I don't think it's really the kind of experience that I feel like would be beneficial to you, and not just from a licensing standpoint, but just from a standpoint where you would be able to provide adequate, good service to your potential customers. And I think it's probably what I would guess that you're very concerned with wanting to provide good service to your customers. I think you really, based on what I'm seeing here, would need some more experience. I think you could gain that without perhaps the necessity of working for other alarm companies, because I do understand your situation there. I don't know. That's probably the way I would feel about it. And so I guess I would look at what is presented here as not being fully adequate to meet the requirements for education and experience. But I think you could probably gain that without a tremendous amount of work and long years working for somebody else, which I don't think that would be necessary. Does that make sense?
I agree. I'm looking, I don't know if you've seen the requirements up on the large screen there, but that might help you see the path that you need to take to get you there to where you could be deemed.
Who is we? You keep referring to your company as we, and do they have more experience than you do?
No, they don't have more experience than I do, but I have employees and contractors that do a lot of work with us, especially when we're pulling big buildings and, installing fiber on all the poles. So I always say we just by, my family says the same thing. Who is we? So.
That is an option, though, that you could hire someone that had experience as far as to be the qualifying agent, or if you had an employee that did have some alarm experience, that could become your qualifying agent. It doesn't have to be you as the owner. It could be an employee.
We've explored that avenue, and unfortunately the problem is a start-out alarm company, we cannot afford to pay someone that's a qualifying agent to start the company, because we'd have to scalp them from another company, and therein lies another, headache and frustration. But the amount of money they're wanting to make an hour is not something to start out with that we can instantly start shelling out for them to do, starting out with a few alarms here and there, because to be able to have the alarm system be viable to pay their salary, we'd have to have several accounts right out of the gate, and that's just not feasible. More or less what I wanted to ask today, I guess, was that if we took the training, because that's exactly what I would like to do, is do the hands-on training and learn more about the alarms, if that would be feasible to say that would count for the experience. Therefore, we could come back at a later time after achieve that and proceed.
I know for myself, I agree with Mr. Roberts. I would feel a lot better about the addition to the experience that you have with at least some industry training under your belt as well. I think the combination of the two would go a lot further. So.
Right. We just didn't want to invest in all the training to come to say, yeah, that doesn't count. So.
Well, and you come back from here 2 years from now, and another board may tell you a whole different story. But my opinion is, for me personally, and I can't speak for the rest, but it would go a lot further for me. I think I would much more closely come to approving that experience with a little more training.
Part of the requirement would be for him to do training, even if we approved his you know, his experience or his degree. I mean, that's a requirement of his. So it's not really fair for us to say that if he gets the training to come back and we would consider it. I guess I mean that he's got to do that anyway. Even if we approved him now, he would have to do the training, and I'm not sure that you know, a weekend course is sufficient, which is what I believe what that class, what the requirement would be.
I'm speaking more of several courses
Right.
through our industry is what I'm kind of speaking of towards.
Mr. Cathy, I think it'd be worth your time and expense to invest in some additional hands-on type training. I think that probably in the long run, you'd find that would be a wise investment of time and resources. Sounds like the other members here on the board are somewhat in agreement, but perhaps not completely. I don't feel that your educational background, although that's certainly impressive, really fully would meet, in my opinion, the requirements of the statute at this point. Like I said, I think additional training and some that you could demonstrate that sort of, and that in effect is some experience. I think it would go a long way. Again, like Keith indicated, a year from now, I might not be on the board. I don't know who he is. Well, it might be Ms. Vest. She might be appointed to the board over here. Who knows? But she doesn't look like that she's really aspiring to that particular position. But so I quite honestly, I don't think any of us could directly say, well, if you do this, we're going to accept it in the future. It would just have to be considered in the future. But I think that would go a very long way towards a favorable consideration of your application. At this point, I do not feel like your application would be adequate for a qualifying agent as I would recognize it.
Is that a motion?
As of today, could we count the experience towards at least CCTV for today? Do you feel that would be reasonable if we complete that training?
Do we
And
have
that's-
that
that's a
option
starting
that
ground?
can we approve it just for one category?
Yeah, but he can always come back and apply for Berg
Second category.
next week.
One at a time.
What I said.
Question, Scott?
I guess I was asking council do we have that option to approve it conditionally?
Classification? Yes, sir.
And if he then came back 6 months from now and wanted to add Berg, I mean, it would be noted on the account then or on the license so that it wouldn't be approved
Yes, he'd have to
automatically
qualify.
separately. So we do have the option to approve it just for CCTV.
Well, wait.
Does anyone,
If he gets his CCTV license, then all he has to do is take the Berg test, and he's got Berg license also. No matter how much experience he's got Berg, if he passes the
But that's
test,
just
he's got
something
it.
that the board can
if we
stipulate.
conditionally approve his experience only for CCTV, that's what our council's telling us we can do that.
I didn't think we could ever do that because we'd asked the same question about fire. We was like, well, maybe they can do CCTV, but next week if they come and apply for fire, how are we going to stop them? And the answer then was, we're not going to be able to. So you're saying we can?
They have the training and pass the test.
Yeah.
So if you make a ruling that he's not eligible,
Open to that, would any of the members?
I think, for me personally, I think Mr. Iris brought up a good point earlier. Although you do have a lot of networking experience and a lot of experience that is required in CCTV, you still don't have the hands-on, which lens do I use, where do I place the camera, and so on and so forth. How do I program a DVR? You don't have any of that. That's the part that makes me hesitant.
We've done a lot of our own in-house CCTV, so that's where our experience comes from. Since we can't go out and perform it for the public, we do have experience with where to put the lens, use the wide-angle lens to catch this. So I would disagree and say that we have the sufficient experience to place cameras to capture all the area we want to capture in a situation. And we do use network DVRs and analog DVRs in some cases with old Siamese cable. just depending on what site it is and how much money we spent there. But we have quite a bit of experience with the NVRs and the IP cameras.
Madam Chairman, let me try and put a motion before the board here for consideration that would perhaps draw this to a close. I'd make a motion that we approve Mr. Cathy's experience for closed-circuit television only, subject to his satisfactory completion of a multi-day on-hands closed-circuit television instructional course, and that should he choose to make application in other classifications, that his experience then be reconsidered at that particular time.
Second.
Hey, you want to speak?
Yes, I was going to ask, when you said you approving for the CCTV only if he completed.
Yes.
So am I going to give him the license before he takes the courses?
No,
or
no,
is
he
going-
would have to take the course and then pass the exam. And then that experience coupled with the experience that he already has reasonable evidence of would be suitable for his license in closed-circuit television to be issued.
Yeah, Ms. Cathy?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay.
It just shows you that if you go ahead and take your CCTV courses and pass them, then you've not wasted your time in pursuing and passing those courses. They will count towards your getting your QA license.
That sounds perfectly reasonable
But
to me.
that's it, you know,
Right, just CCTV.
for now until you
Right.
complete more training and experience in order to qualify for any of the other categories.
That's agreeable with me. That sounds
Okay.
Good.
Let me make sure I have this correct. Mr. Roberts made the motion, seconded by Mr. Cockcroft, that we would approve Mr. Cathy's request or application for qualifying agent in CCTV only, but only after he has completed a multi-day CCTV training program and passed it. Is that correct? And no other
Add hands-on training there, multi-day hands-on training.
multi-day hands-on training, but he would have to complete other training courses before he could be considered for qualifying agent status in the other fire, burg, and monitoring categories. Did that pretty much capture it? Okay.
And Karen, are you concerned that you feel like he can still come back and apply for Berg? But I thought that's what we were saying, that would not be possible.
Well, my motion would allow that to be considered at that time.
We'd have to come back before this
He'd
board.
have to come back before the board for additional consideration.
I was going to say, would I not have to submit a separate application for the additional category if we decided to add that later? So it'd
Yes,
be
yes,
completely
you
a whole
would.
nother
But
hearing.
I would want the board at that point, whoever's sitting on the board, to review your qualifications and experience to find that it would be satisfactory in those classifications before they be issued.
And then the next time, you know, if you go ahead and take your burglar alarm training courses like you've had on the CCTV, it would probably expedite the process, you know, knowing that it's going to be worthwhile your time and expense to take those training courses and get the experience.
It seems like a very reasonable thing to me, a very good course of
Okay.
action.
Are you comfortable with that, Karen, or do you have a?
Yeah, I always was, but it was always explained to me that, well, once you give them one classification, you can't stop them then. So be careful what you do. The past
Well, I
rulings
think
we've
That
made.
may be true, yes, ma'am, that may be true that we've done in the past, but we've already taken care of that by your motion that says he cannot do that. He will have to make application again, and then I will bring him before the board if he chooses to add one.
And he's also agreed that he would not pursue it without having taken the necessary training courses in any of the other classifications before he would come back and make application. Okay, we have the motion pending. All in favor, voice by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Congratulations.
Thank y'all.
The motion passes. Huh? Mr. Cockcroft.
Let me,
All right, Mr. Kathy, thank you.
Madam Chairman, may I bring up another point? I did not spot the license number on Mr. Liggett's
Neither did I.
letter. Maybe I overlooked
No
that.
QA and no business number included.
I may have overlooked that if someone would like to bring it to my attention.
Well, I didn't see it either, but I'd forgotten about it. That's not anything to do with you. Thank you for coming to. And
Thank y'all.
And good luck with your training.
I appreciate it.
Vivian,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think at the last meeting, you had mentioned that they had to have their QA and their company number on their correspondence. The only thing required by the law is the company.
Okay.
Just-
Then whatever's required by law, they need to be in compliance.
Okay, I believe our next appearance is here as well, William Henry Womack. If you would, please come in and sign in. Tell us who you are, and I believe you probably have your qualifying agent with you today. If you would sign in as well and tell us who you are, please, and your
It's going to be
other
Exhibit I.
individual.
If you'll give us a couple of minutes and let us read the file.
The board met on April the 21st of this year, and you requested that this gentleman come in and make an appearance. That's why you're reviewing this again.
Well, go ahead and introduce yourself to the board.
I'm Will Womack
Okay,
with Guardian Systems.
okay.
Craig Miller with the QA with Guardian.
I'm Dan Jarnigan, GM,
You're what?
the general manager.
Okay. Have you completed all of your probation?
Absolutely.
And when was that over?
I believe 2009 was the last time.
Well, I've got a document here that's dated November of 2015. You were found guilty in July of 2010, and this says the drug screening, probation, and a suspended sentence. But this has all been taken care of, correct? No more drug screening or anything?
Oh, no, ma'am. I got disposition papers on all that also, saying that I was done with everything and done with all my fines and probation also.
This was Smyrna Municipal Court Certified Dispositions 11/30 of 2015.
I started 11/4, and I had 30 days to acquire the dispositions for Guardian.
Okay. So that's just the date you got them, not the date of any completion.
The date I got the dispositions. The date of completions are a while ago,
Okay.
but they were also included on the disposition papers also.
Does Guardian have a drug testing program?
Only if they're injured on a job.
Why don't you tell us what's going on in your life? What happened, what the situation was? Give us some more information.
As far as what situation right now, currently, or when that happened?
Yes. Both.
Currently, I'm very outdoors. I fish a whole lot, do a lot of camping. I enjoy, like I said, fishing. Saltwater and freshwater. I go back and forth to Florida quite often, see my family. Back then, I was kind of rebellious, growing up, 18, 19, kind of getting out. Mom was single, oldest of three. Got to do, as soon as I got the freedom, kind of took the rope and hung myself with it. Unfortunately, learned from my lessons and decided to grow up one day. But yeah, right now, I like to travel, enjoy life, find the simple things that make you happy. Whether that be out in the Cherokee National Forest, which I just got to visit recently, going down to the Collins River this past weekend trying muskie fishing. I only got about 1,000 casts in. I still got 9,000 to go. So I really enjoy the outdoors right now.
What are you doing with Guardian these days?
Guardian installing cable data and security systems for them as far as residential goes.
He's on our residential new construction team, so primarily what they do is they go in pre-wire and trim out the houses, and then we've got a kind of a training program that gets them into more of an end-user tech, and he's getting close to being able to join that program, but he's still in the pre-wire trim out phase right now.
When was the last time you smoked marijuana?
A little over a year ago.
What did you do before you went to work for Guardian?
I ran a 3,500 ton transfer press for Gestamp down in Chattanooga, and lived down there and moved back when my father passed away to be closer to my mom, and then found this job. And we made car parts for Volkswagen, Mercedes, and BMW, and there was regular drug testing down there and everything of that nature. And it was right after my dad passed away when I had left that company.
I was not familiar with the Gestamp company. The reason I asked, one of the reasons I asked. Yeah.
So you were with them almost 3 years?
Little over 3 years, ma'am.
Did they not catch you on the drug screen?
I was drug tested. I was randomly drug tested, and no, ma'am, I didn't fail. It was my option to leave after my dad had passed away to be closer to my mother.
Well, I guess to be honest about it, frankly, you don't have a very enviable record.
I try to stay clean.
I understand. And this board is charged with the duty of trying to protect the general public from a variety of folks that shouldn't be in their homes.
Oh, absolutely.
And,
I totally agree.
Sometimes it's not an easy decision, but I guess that's our problem and not yours. What we try and do is get the best information, make the best decisions we can. Your record is, I'll say, borderline. I recognize that I see you're about 29 years old at this point. The last offense where you were arrested was, 9-10 years ago, something like that?
Yes, sir.
Be about age 19, 20, 21?
That's it.
What about comments from the company? You're the qualified agent. What are your views on this? I guess you want to see him get his registration so he can continue working for you. You wouldn't be sitting here.
I would. I mean, from what he's demonstrated with the company, he's worked hard. He's put in his dues. I mean, I hadn't seen any lacking in the work experience and stuff like that. He goes out and does what he's supposed to do, shows up on time. He's dressed accordingly, stuff like that. So he does what he's supposed to do. So
I don't normally show up to these if I don't like the guy, so I'll let Craig take care of all the dirty
You
ones.
shuck it off on
Yeah,
somebody
I shuck
else
it
is
off.
what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, but no,
Advantage, yeah.
he's one of those guys that, some mornings I'll go out and I'll check up on the techs and see how they're doing, and he's laughing, cutting up with the guys. But I've also noticed he got called out. I think he made a mistake on a pre-wire, and he was one of the first people to jump up and say, you know what, I made that mistake. I'm going to go fix it on my own time, which was a great example, to my other technicians. So, I mean, that's, like I said, I wouldn't come here if I didn't think he was valuable and I wasn't proud of him.
If we were to approve his employee application, would y'all also agree to the drug testing on him?
Absolutely.
I think that's one of my biggest concerns. It's just been a little over a year.
A little over a year as far as, after my dad died. Yep, I agree with you.
Good, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
More questions or discussion?
It's awful silent at that end of the bench here, so. I didn't mean to wake you up. I apologize. Madam Chairman, I make a motion, we grant this registration application that, that we, that we grant this application, that we would ask that he be quarterly drug tested for 1 year on a volunteer basis. And quite frankly, Mr. Womack, I would consider the confidence that your employer has shown in you, that carries a lot of weight with me. And I hope you continue to live up to that. I would guess that you have in the past. That's the reason they're here standing beside you today. Looks like you've got an opportunity. I would strongly urge you to keep your record clean henceforth, and have learned from the past unpleasant experiences that you really don't want to go back there, and you can have a bright future ahead of you. So I make a motion we grant his application with the quarterly drug testing for a 1 year period, to be submitted back to the board on a volunteer basis.
How'd you like that submitted? Just emailed to Beth, or?
If I can just make a proposal, that the board and Guardian Systems, the company, enter into maybe a consent agreed order to submit those results for the quarterly drug testing. That way we have something on file that, kind of sets out exactly what's going to happen, and both parties have agreed to do the things in the order, and I can have that drafted for the company.
Good. That'll be a good way to handle it. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, the motion by Mr. Roberts, a second by Mr. Harvey, that we would approve Mr. Womack's employee application registration with the, how do you want to put that? How did you say it just a
It
second?
would be an agreed order between the board and the security company.
With the decree order between the board and Guardian for his drug screening for the next year. All in favor, voice by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Congratulations, and don't disappoint us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming up.
Madam Chair, would it be okay if we take about a 5-minute break?
Certainly. We're going to call back to order this June 23rd meeting of the Alarm Systems Contractors Board. Now, I'm going to defer to you, Ms. Vest. Are we going to go to the legal report, or are we going to do?
Yes, ma'am, we're going to
Okay.
go right to the legal report, please.
So, Ms. Ashley, it's your turn to shine, huh?
Okay, the first case on the legal report is complaint number 2016-015-771 and 2016-015-772. This complaint originally was a consumer affairs complaint alleging unlicensed activity and unethical conduct by Respondent 1, as well as an unlicensed joint venture with Respondent 2. The complainant worked for Respondent 1 as a remote appointment setter and or sales representative. Complainant states that Respondent 1 works for an alarm systems contractor in the Tennessee and Kentucky area, that person being Respondent 2. Respondent 1 resides outside of Tennessee. Complainant states the position pays commission only for installations set and contracts signed by prospective homeowners. Complainant says that many of the potential customers are elderly. Complainant became concerned when she felt that an elderly customer was duped into signing a contract and the services were never installed. An investigation was completed on this case. The investigator checked 2 addresses. However, the respondent no longer lived or worked at either address. Investigator concluded through respondent's social media presence that he is a resident of California. Further investigation by the legal division indicates that respondent's most recent address is in Las Vegas, Nevada. Additional investigation indicates that respondent is not associated with any of the licensed alarm systems contractor companies named in the complaint or investigation. Respondent 2 indicated from each location that Respondent 1 was not an employee of their company, nor did they have an account for the customer listed in the complaint. My recommendation was to close as to both respondents. Respondent 1 appears to not have been licensed since 2007 and appears to no longer be in the industry or the state of Tennessee. As to Respondent 2, I recommended closure as there was no evidence of involvement with Respondent 1.
does the complainant claim that, that these contracts were signed?
The complainant indicated that, they did not give a date that the contract was signed. The complaint begins with the date that her mother responded to an employment ad posting. So her mom apparently was an employee of this place, or an employee of Respondent 1. She thought it was a good idea to join in, so she started working. She said she felt that some of the customers were being duped into signing contracts but never receiving the installation. So I requested an investigation. The investigation indicated they could not locate Respondent 1. The company that he's alleged to have been associated with denied knowing who he was or ever being associated with that company. I checked all 4 locations of Respondent 2. They had no knowledge of this individual. But like I said, she had no firm dates as to when these contracts were allegedly signed or installations completed. She just gave the examples of her calling and setting the appointments for installation. And I think she said she followed up with one customer who said that the installation never happened.
That's what the complaint was, in part, that the installation never happened, wasn't it?
Yes. So it appears that this employee, for lack of a better term, the employee of Respondent 1 is alleging that they are setting appointments and getting customers to sign contracts, but not performing the installation or giving the service. So I didn't see where a violation was. And this person is no longer licensed. He can't be located. The last we saw was that his social media said he was in California. I think a further investigation said Nevada, but he hasn't been licensed in Tennessee since 2007.
But she was actually working for him.
And she was working from
Since
outside.
2007,
Right,
correct?
but she was working from outside of Tennessee, so I don't know if that's something that she researched and determined herself. She's outside of Tennessee, and she alleged that he was outside of Tennessee, but they were trying to set appointments in Tennessee.
Yeah, telemarketing.
Yes.
But Respondent 2, who she or the person alleged is the company that Respondent 1 was working for, denies any knowledge of this person, correct?
They said that he was not an employee of their company. He had never been an employee of their company. They, I guess they tried to do some investigation on their end and mentioned a third company who also denied him ever working for them. So I don't know if he's just finding names of companies and posting ads online saying that he works for this company, let's set these appointments, and then it never happens.
Was he collecting money from the people?
Nothing that I found in the complaint or the investigation indicated that money was ever exchanged.
Like a whole lot of work for nothing.
I agree.
So how was he paying the employees, the ones that were doing the phone calls?
It's commission only for installations set and contracts signed by prospective homeowners. It says he offered an employment contract paying $400 for the first 2 weeks or commission, whichever is greater, or 700 CTT minutes per week on the dialer. That's what the complaint indicates.
There's not a consumer complaint.
It is not.
The complaint is from the employee.
Yes.
And the company denies the employee ever worked there.
Yes.
Would it be possible for us to flag Respondent 1 in case they were to ever try to become licensed again in Tennessee with this checkered past?
That's an option because at one point he was licensed, but it's been since 2007 that he was licensed here. Is he still in the system, Cody? Would he still be in the system?
Yes, he should be in the system, and with the new database we have, we can flag it.
Appropriate in case he was, or the Respondent 1 was to try to come back to Tennessee and become relicensed.
Madam Chairman, let's put this in the form of a motion that we close this complaint, that we flag Respondent number 1 with a unresolved complaint, and so that they would appear the next, or however we flag it. I'm not familiar with the system, but that basically he be flagged for, be prevented from licensing in Tennessee without a board review, if that's appropriate.
That's what we do with our new system. We'll associate the complaint onto his. They come back in to reapply, they must satisfy the complaint.
All right, that would be my motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Roberts. Do we have a second? And a second by Mr. Harvey to close the current complaint as recommended by our council, but to flag respondent one in the event that this individual should ever try to become licensed again in the state of Tennessee. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries.
Okay, complaint number 2 is 2016-001-221. This complaint opened alleging unlicensed activity by respondent in violation of Tennessee Code annotated 6232-304A. The complaint alleges that respondent provided advertisement and indicated that the company offered security and home automation during a presentation. Respondent denies solicitation of security installation. Respondent states that he solicits clients, for 2 licensed alarm systems contractors. Through counsel, respondent company believes that its activity does not require an alarm systems contractor license. Respondent states that the individual named in the complaint is an independent business owner with the respondent company who refers interested customers to third-party providers. It is the business of the third-party provider, i.e. the licensed alarm systems contractors, to conduct the sale of the alarm systems and its related services. Respondent indicates that there may have been confusion in the phrasing of the IBO's marketing material and presentation. Respondent contends that the company does not operate as an alarm systems contractor, but rather as lead generation for the licensed alarm systems contractor. My recommendation was closure, as there appeared to be no violation by respondent.
Ask some questions, trying to get some clarification here. Is the respondent an employee of any of these companies?
As they put in their response, so the respondent name, they're saying that they are almost like a middleman. So they go to these conventions or do presentations, and they have all of these services offered. And one of the services may be an alarm system. If the person comes up to them and says, I want this alarm system, they will refer them to a licensed contractor to conduct the sale, the installation, and the monitoring. So they're saying they're just lead generation for the licensed company.
So does the respondent go out and contact these people in their homes or residences or businesses on behalf of the other companies?
No, they market themselves as these are all the services that we, have connections with. There are 2 that are licensed alarm systems contractors. And if the person says, well, I want this phone service, this internet service, and this alarm service, when they get to the alarm service, they give it to a licensed contractor.
So they must be like drawing a commission for every one of these services that they get a referral to?
I would imagine so, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Did you see the advertisement, or
I did.
does it portray the licensed companies in any way? Does it show a license number or name, or?
It does show the name of the licensed companies. Again, they were print-offs. Give me just a second. On the website, I don't see a license number, but this is just a particular page. I did not go through to see if there was licensing on a separate page of the website, but as presented, they did name the licensed companies.
This be something like a Craigslist or something like that?
Well, it sounds like they do trade shows, and they're like a collection point for all these different services. And instead of talking to 5 or 6 different companies, they talk to you, and they tell you what they need, then they refer you or refer this company to contact you. Is that kind of?
Yes. Yeah, so not so much as Craigslist as in here's a list. I would contact respondent company and tell them that I'm looking for an internet provider, I'm looking for an alarm system, and they would say, okay, well, this is who to contact for the alarm system, this is who to contact for the phone service, this is who to contact for internet service.
Sounds. Madam Chairman, I make a motion we concur with the recommendation for council and close this complaint.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Roberts, a second by Mr. Harvey to concur with our council's recommendation and close this complaint. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Complaint number 3 is 2016-001-171. This complaint opened alleging unlicensed activity by respondent in violation of Tennessee Code annotated 6232304A. The allegation is that respondent company contacted complainant regarding installation of security alarms for which respondent company would monitor. After being informed that respondent was not licensed to provide monitoring in the state of Tennessee, the discussion of installation ceased. Respondent stated that the company contacted the state of Tennessee in 2002 in order to determine if licensure was required to complete repairs at locations related to a national account. Respondent was informed that as long as the work to be completed in the state was less than $25,000, no employees were in the state, and only used licensed Tennessee contractors, no license was required through the Department of Commerce and Insurance. Since the filing of the instant complaint, respondent began the process of obtaining licensure as an alarm systems contractor in February of 2016. My recommendation was closure as no alarm system business was started in the state and respondent has begun the process of compliance.
Do we have any idea if there were any other calls that did result in them getting alarm service and monitoring in Tennessee? Other than this one complaint, which I know it says it ceased once they determined this person was not licensed, but if they're calling people, what does the respondent say about other alarm systems that they have installed?
Looking for the letter from their counsel. They say that they have never marketed to clients in Tennessee, never had an office or an employee in the state, and then they explained that in 2002, I believe they probably contacted the Board of Licensing Contractors, who gave them that exception regarding the $25,000.
That was for repairs, though.
Right. The only client, the original client, I think probably in 2002, is now out of business and said they've only had three small customers in the state, and that's probably why the issue never came up in the last 13 years.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion we concur with the recommendation of our council and close this particular complaint.
Motion by Mr. Roberts to concur with our council's recommendation and close the complaint. Do we have a second? Second. And a second by Mr. Harvey. All in favor, voice by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion carries.
Complaint number 4 is 2016-017-491. This complaint opened alleging that respondent used a separate company name and license number on the company's vehicles. The responding company purchased alarm systems contractor number 1904 on March 23, 2016, and during the completion of the business transaction, the designated qualifying agent was observed in vehicles with the closed company's name. The company confirmed with legal that the rebranding of the company vehicles was completed on May 3rd, 2016. My recommendation was closure as no violation was found.
Questions?
Has everything else been completed with transferring employees between these two companies? And was done in a timely manner? I would make a motion to concur with the recommendations from council to close.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Cockcroft to concur with our council's recommendation. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second by Mr. Roberts. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries.
Complaint number 5 is 2016-021-531. This complaint opened alleging that respondent had no certification number displayed on the company website in violation of Tennessee Code annotated 6232-316D. Complainant alleges that the company failed to have its license number displayed on the website, door stickers, or any other documentation. The complainant provided a website address but no additional documentation. The respondent states that any failure to list its certification number was unintentional, and in an effort to correct the error, the company has updated the website to include the Tennessee certification number, mailing self-adhesive labels to be attached to customer signs or warning stickers, and all new installations will include certification numbers on all warning stickers or signs. My recommendation was to close as the respondent is now in compliance as it relates to this complaint.
For people where we've had complaints before where there's been no certification number displayed, our first offense was what, like a letter of warning,
It
something
was a
like
letter
that?
of warning, and the reason I changed the recommendation from what usually happens is that they have complied and almost took the complaint as a letter of warning, and they took the steps to correct it. But usually the first offense was a letter of warning.
Madam Chairman, I'm personally satisfied with what appears to be the corrective actions that have been taken here, and I would feel like the recommendation of council is appropriate. Therefore, I move that we accept the recommendation of our council.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Roberts to concur with council's recommendation. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second by Mr. Cockcroft. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries. Number 6.
Yes. Complaint number 6 is 2016-017-751. This complaint opened alleging misconduct by a respondent. This complaint was initiated by an employee of the company who elected to use his employer to provide alarm servicing based on a company promotion. Complainant states that the sales representative did not inform him that in order to receive the company discount, the account would need to include paperless billing and automatic payments as features. The complainant states that had he known of the conditions of the discount, he would not have required the service. Through investigation, the board office received a copy of respondent's contract and receipt of payment. The employees of respondent company were reluctant to cooperate with the investigation. However, respondent submitted a statement indicating that complainant's billing complaint was addressed and respondent denies engaging in any misconduct in the alarm systems industry. My recommendation was closure as the matter appears to have been a contract dispute settled between the parties.
To make sure I understand here, and maybe it's the wording that's not clear to me. If I understand correctly, there was a complainant that worked for an alarm company.
It is not an alarm company. It is actually a telephone service.
Some other company?
Right, that
Okay.
is beginning to get into the alarm industry.
Okay, and the complainant elected to get an alarm system from the company and then afterwards found out that the alarm system, they had to do a paperless billing and automatic payments, and they didn't like that.
Correct. And he's saying had he been informed that those were conditions of receiving the discount from the company, he would not have entered into that contract. I will say that the contract that the respondent provided did lay out that those terms were required in order to get that particular discount.
It does appear now that they've resolved matters at this point.
Yes.
Questions?
I'll make a motion that we concur with council on this.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Harvey to concur with our council's recommendation. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Cockcroft. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The motion carries.
Complaint number 7 is 2016-021-571. This is a consumer complaint alleging misconduct by respondent. Complainant alleges that respondent sold an alarm system which included a data plan that allowed use of a mobile app to control thermostat, alarm keypad, and front door lock. Complainant states that the mobile app does not work. She was unable to cancel the data plan, or in the alternative, she was unable to cancel the alarm service without paying a termination fee. Respondent states that prior to receiving the complaint filed with the board office, the company solved complainant's issue to her satisfaction. Respondent canceled complainant's service with no termination fee and voided her contract. Respondent apologized for the situation and further indicated that the sales representative's techniques, that's a typo, should say, would be evaluated. Additionally, complainant indicated that the matter had been resolved to her satisfaction and she wished to withdraw the complaint. My recommendation was closure.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion we concur with the recommendations of council.
Motion by Mr. Roberts. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Harvey. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries.
Complaint number 8.
I would like to interject here. With complaint number 8, Karen will need, Ms. Jones will need to.
Okay.
Complaint number 8 is 2015-022-4921. This complaint opened alleging that respondent is engaged in unlicensed activity in violation of Tennessee Code annotated 6232-304A. Complainant alleges that respondent is installing cameras and security equipment for local banks without being licensed properly. Through investigation, respondent states that it has been licensed since August of 2009, and on August 27, 2015, prior to the filing of the instant complaint, submitted renewal documentation and applicable payments to the board office for processing. Respondent states that it was informed due to system conversions occurring at the board office, its renewal application had been delayed. According to the records of the board office, respondent's alarm systems contractor license expired on August 31st, 2015, and could not be renewed as the company did not have a licensed qualifying agent. Respondent was granted an extension based on its efforts to obtain and license a qualifying agent. As of the date of this legal report, respondent has obtained a qualifying agent and renewed its alarm systems contractor license. My recommendation was to issue a letter of warning regarding Tennessee Code annotated 6232-304A and close.
Questions or discussions on
Is
this?
there any additional information on this that's appropriate
Sorry, in regards to,
to
are there
the
any
complaint
specific?
here? Basically, what you're presenting is this company was a licensed company
Yes,
that was installing cameras and security equipment. Their license lapsed. They didn't have a QA. They got an extension to get a qualifying agent, which they now have done, and then renewed their license accordingly. Is that all there is to it?
for the most part, the dispute came in because the respondent was alleging that they did not allow their license to lapse. They attempted to comply and they were told information from the board office that put it out of their control that their license ended up lapsing. That's the way they put it. That's why this was still in dispute.
Mean old alarm board staff wouldn't renew their license, but
I'll defer to the alarm board staff on when it renew their license.
You have to have a qualifying agent in order to renew your license.
Still?
Did their qualifying agent was no longer with the company, or the qualifying agent had not renewed?
The qualifying agent was no longer with the company.
So they were not allowed to renew their license because they did not have a qualifying agent. So they requested an extension, but now they've come into compliance and y'all have renewed their license and life is good?
That's correct.
Okay.
Did it comply with did the dates, do you feel satisfied with the way I'm not sure I follow all the dates, but when it expired, when they got their extension, when they got in compliance?
They had more than one extension. It took a while for them to replace their qualifying agent.
Obviously, we granted
And
that.
then they had another person who tried to qualify, to be their qualifying agent, that did not qualify it. That's when they had to get the second extension, then they put in a second qualifying agent who did qualify, and we were able to renew them.
So do we have any indication that this company was working as usual during that period of time when their license were expired and they didn't have a QA?
Yes, ma'am, and that's what prompted the complaint, that they were still working on an expired license without a QA.
Correct. But
Did
in the meantime,
request
yes,
the-
they did request the extension, tried to fill it with another qualifying agent, didn't work out, got another, and then that qualifying agent did. So it took a period of
I guess my question is, at any point during this process, were they told they had to cease and desist until they came into compliance?
No, they were not told that.
Okay.
all right, Madam Chairman, I make a motion we concur with the recommendation of our council.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Roberts. Do we have a second?
Second.
By Mr. Cockcroft to concur with our council's recommendation in this matter that we would issue a letter of warning. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Moment, Madam Chair, let me get Ms. Jones back into
Okay.
the room.
Correct. Complaint number 9. Complaint number 9 is 2016-024-081. This complaint opened alleging that respondent failed to update his address with the board office within 30 days of the change in violation of Tennessee Comprehensive Rules and Regulations 0090-01-.07, subpart 13. Respondent's address changed on July 15, 2015, and the board office received the change of address on December 3rd, 2015. In response to the instant complaint, respondent states that the company inadvertently noted that the Tennessee board office was notified of the address change. Respondent states that through an internal audit, the error was discovered and the company addressed the error immediately. Respondent apologizes to the board for its error. My recommendation is to issue a letter of warning and close.
Did they self-report, or was this something the system picked up on?
I believe this was, did they
The mail got
I
returned.
think when the change of address came in, it noted when the change happened and that date happened. I don't think there was return mail. I think when they submitted the change of address form, it had that their address has been this
So they
since July.
self-corrected, it wasn't a
Yes.
result of a complaint or a
Yes.
problem for anybody? Okay. More questions for Ms. Thomas?
Madam Chairman, I make a motion to concur with the recommendation of council and close this particular complaint.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Roberts, a second by Mr. Harvey to concur with our council's recommendation and close with a letter of warning. All in favor, voice by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion carries. Number 10.
Yes, that's complaint number 2016-021-671. This complaint opened alleging that respondent failed to notify the board of the transfer or termination of the designated qualifying agent within 10 days in violation of Tennessee Code annotated 6232-304C. The board office received a notice of transfer that DQA number 1747 transferred to a new alarm systems contractor company. However, the board office received no notice of transfer from the respondent company. Additionally, respondent offered no response to the instant complaint within 20 days in violation of Tennessee Comprehensive Rules and Regulations 0090-01-.07 subpart 14. My recommendation is to authorize formal and send a consent order with a civil penalty in the amount of $350. The civil penalty amount represents $250 for violation of Tennessee Code annotated 6232-304C and $100 for violation of Tennessee Comprehensive Rules and Regulations 0090-01-.07 subpart 14.
Any questions or discussion?
This is the designated qualifying agent. This was the one that would have had some responsibility themselves to make this notification.
Yeah, yes, and that DQA did notify when he transferred to the new company. So I don't know if the board considers that two separate actions that DQA would have been responsible for.
Is there a current qualifying agent for the company that he left or the person left?
That I'm not sure on.
Give us just a moment, and Ms. Bell will look that up.
Also, is council recommending that against the company or the DQA?
Will be against the company.
Okay.
Part of your recommendation is for the non-response.
It is.
Placed him that I can see here at all.
If they're still functioning as an alarm systems contractor.
State company.
So it,
And they renewed.
I don't have a response from the company. And because of this particular allegation, I didn't see a need to send it for investigation. If there's a new allegation regarding operating without a DQA, of course, we can open that and investigate that.
Part of my thought, I guess, there was just to see if they had replaced the person, if they did that timely, if there could have just been some confusion that they felt like the other person was notifying. But clearly, if they haven't even replaced the person and they've never notified us, I don't think that was just a clerical error. That was, I guess, my thought process.
It sounds like you need to set up another complaint or at least another investigation to find out if they're operating without a designated qualifying agent.
I get the consent order, we'll hear from.
okay.
But to deal with the complaints here that we've got, I would, Madam Chairman, I would make a motion to concur with the recommendation of our council, which would authorize a formal and consent order with civil penalty in the amount of $350 as recommended.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Roberts. We have a second.
Second.
And a second by Mr. Cockcroft to concur with their council's recommendation in this matter is listed in the legal report. All in favor, voice by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion carries. And then I believe the case for represent, we've already heard that today, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thought I sent you a correct version.
Anything else to do with the legal department?
That is all for the legal report.
I'd like to call for about a 30-minute lunch break, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
We're going to be in recess until 1:15. Back to order this June the 23rd meeting of the Tennessee Alarm Systems Contractor Board. Ms. Best, the administrative reports are next on the agenda, but do we want to go there with the
Yes,
employee?
please, we'll go ahead and start
Okay.
with the.
That would be Exhibit C.
Yes, we're going to take Exhibit C, disciplinary action report. These are new reports. It's not the new, information is going to be a little bit different, of course, every month, but they have come up with a new way to report this and the way it's looking. For the month of April, the Alarm Contractors Board didn't have any activity. You know, you can see up there all of our professions that we regulate. But we're concentrating on the alarm board. So if we move to May, you do have some activity in May, and we need to make a correction to the report. If you come down to Tri-Wire, they did not have a civil penalty of
Yeah.
$1,050,000. That was not their civil penalty. So it was actually $1,050. But if my math is correct, you've taken in over $35,000 for that month. Something like $35,250, if my math is correct. Probably a little hard on your iPads to follow that.
It's a little.
Yeah. All right, if there's no questions, I'll move on to the next one. Excuse me. That'll be the monthly reports.
I'll send you a copy.
And of course, these are the ones that you, as usual, you get in advance. Monthly report for April. We still have 2 alarm system contractor board members that expired December the 31st, 2015, Karen Jones and Mackenzie Roberts. These board members continue to serve until the governor appoints someone else. And of course, we do appreciate that.
Higher than exterminated.
I have not heard anything about new appointments new board members or anything.
You got
I have not received any correspondence. We didn't have any legislation for the month, and of course, we have monthly meetings. Ashley, our staff attorney, we practically meet every day, literally every morning, sometime every afternoon. Just depends on the activity that we're having.
Are y'all officed fairly close to each other?
Oh, we're in the separate floors.
Oh. But the same building?
Yeah, but I always come up
Look,
to
it's
you.
just one flight of stairs and
Oh,
there's
well.
a carpet's worn between, you know. It's-
Yes, it is. I do try to take the stairs. I come up the back way, and there's a little path right through. I can see her office right there. That's one thing I do miss. You know, these attorneys used to be with the directors. These professions that we had that would be helpful, but that they keep legal all in one area. Okay, now looking at your monthly report for May, excuse me, May of 2016, it's the same information we reported every month about the board members. We're supposed to do that. It talks about your board meeting. It tells you about the teleconference that we had. Also tells you about the rulemaking hearing that was on May 26, 2016. It talks to you about the new electronic fingerprinting. We had already gone through all of that. Updates on the applications. Well, what we had updates on was the renewals are online, and as of yesterday, applications are on May the 26th. Of course, we had the monthly meetings, and I have the monthly meetings with Bill Huddleston concerning the finances. Which brings up the budget review. You got it. This one might be a little bit hard for you to read on your iPad. Oh, there we go. iPad. Excuse me. You want to look at the bottom line. It says total expenditures, $209,339.04. Well, we're just going to go ahead and drop the cents and just deal with the dollars, if that's all right. Your revenue actually consisted of, for the month of April is all we're talking about, $616,005 with and a few cents. That's what you moved to this report. You have it?
Yeah.
All right. This breaks it down just a little bit more. What administration is trying to do is help the directors in knowing every month approximately where they're at as far as finances. This board doesn't have any fear of operating in the red. Some programs might not be as lucky as we are, but something new that has been added, we've always had cost backs, and I've never been able to tell you what they were or how much they were on a monthly basis. And they have never been in the totals that I would give you every month for your expenditures. That was always hit at the last June from when it finished the fiscal year. But now they're breaking it down. We can actually see what the investigative costs have been so far, $12,852.69. And what has been added is your customer service center, $3,230.75. What that is, we have a customer service center for the regulatory boards. This is if you're at home and want to ask someone about your application, you call one of our lines. It goes into the customer service. There's approximately 6 or 7 people in that department right now. We use what they refer to as Zendesk, if you're familiar with that. It's going to roll from one person to the other, to the other, to the other, till it gets answered. Once it gets to those 6 or 7 people, bounce into our department, and we have 3 people that we have designated to do Zendesk, just to handle telephone calls and emails. These are actually the majority of emails, because we do not go on Zendesk as far as the telephones are concerned until Monday. They start taking our calls on Monday. You may see some changes, or people may ask you about some of the changes that we've made. My email, of course, will have my name, title, address, and my telephone number. Everyone else, the telephone numbers are coming off, and it will be given the board number, which I don't remember what that is, Beth.
741-9771.
That's where whenever you call for the alarm, it comes into that number, then it's going to hit those 6 or 7 people and then come into the board office. We do expect some questions. Those individuals answering the telephone calls may not be able to answer technical alarm questions, so we do expect our office, but everything is being routed to that one number, so it will hit Zendesk. Of course, we still have our own individual telephones on our desk. You still have our telephone numbers. That's not going to change. It's just not advertised. I did not look at the website as of yesterday, but it should not have any telephone numbers out there either. We do a lot of, I took 2 weeks off for a vacation. Excuse me. I come back, I had a little over 700 emails. I get emails, I don't get telephone calls. Beth gets a majority, hers is pretty even with emails and with telephone calls. Our manager, he usually gets a lot of the emails. But the cost center, customer service center, of course, we have to help pay for that, and that's how they're breaking this out. Now, the only other thing that's not included yet in your total is that $5 fee per license that we have to pay for every year. It's not included. Hopefully there will be a column the next time I present this that will have that in there. But that does change every month, because that's based on your number of applicants, or licensees, excuse me. Right now you have alarm companies totaling 416. Qualifying agents, you have 537. Registered employees, you got 3,667. Once a year, that other fee, yes. You look at it at $10 for the 2-year period. If you don't have any questions, we'll just move on to the next. I do try to give you information so you can see where you're at here, and from this and adding that other fee, you look at, you're going to be right at 200,000, maybe 205, something like that. So there's not any fear for that. No, there's no civil penalties added into that, because I cannot put civil penalties into the operations.
How many boards are they answering for?
Everybody. We are the next to last to go on. Contractor, we go on Monday, then the contractors come after us, and that will be all of the regulatory boards. We do have a little over like 30, 32, 34, because they took on some new boards. Yes. And it's spread out by a number of, from what I understand, licensees, but they may change that once they see how many actual calls that you get.
This customer service center, the people that always tell the people that they don't need a license if they've got some sort of harebrained exclusion. We hear that on almost every complaint. We got that, 2 or 3 times this morning, didn't we? That they had contacted the board and said they didn't need a license if they had blonde hair and $25,000 worth
I
of.
really think some of those individuals might be calling the contractors board.
But then now
Because
that'll all go to the customer service desk, won't it?
Yes, sir. All those calls should be going to the customer service desk, and they'll have to determine. They are going to answer the basic calls.
That might be an honest benefit to us.
Well, we certainly hope so. That's what we're looking at.
We've already had several contacts with customer service regarding the contract, the exclusion, and the contractor's rules that refer to burglar alarm and fire alarm licensing. So that's come up already several times.
That could help us, and also some of the honest alarm companies out there that are, really trying to get beneficial information. That could be a genuine benefit. I have some degree of skepticism, but still, that could be a genuine benefit.
But we're looking at it to where it'd be very helpful for everyone. Now, the customer service is gonna take the calls like, did you get my change of address? Well, something like that does not need to tie up your staff answering a question like that.
What do they do if they can't answer the question? If it's
Then it's gonna go to one of the three people that we have assigned to do that. Some of these three people may not know the answer either, so it goes to what they call the subject matter experts, which is gonna be myself, Beth, Mark, whomever, whatever program they're working on. So there are people that's gonna be able to answer the call.
Kind of like going to a customer service desk where you call and the first person never can answer your question anyway, so they give you to their supervisor, and then the supervisor can route you to somebody else if need be. So it makes sense. I mean, we encounter that all the time.
We're already getting a considerable number of emails that have been sent to them that they'll send to us, and then we respond back to them, and then they respond to the applicant or whatever.
Because honestly, one of the problems we've had with people asking questions or making inquiries is they're talking to the wrong agency or the wrong regulatory board,
Right.
and they're getting erroneous information. I'm giving them benefit of a doubt, but I mean that does happen, and perhaps with this customer service center, then they'll be routed to our board to get correct answers the first time around. I like that. I think that could be a real benefit.
Do they build a database of answers, or as they find out
Yes,
information?
we've already met and have several meetings. We have your general questions that we field every day whenever we get the telephone calls, and they have a list of those. They have a list of the subject matter experts as well. Whenever a specific question, they go, oh, I don't need to route this to that number, I need to give it to this individual. They will still have my number, Beth's number, Mark's number, if it becomes that necessary.
A fast computer and a little bit of artificial intelligence, and those jobs might go away in a couple of years.
Yep, that's it. You mean our jobs, right?
No. I mean customer service. Get some pretty darn intelligent computers out there.
Yes, and now that we do have onboarded the renewals and now the applications, they will be fielding those calls too. How do I do that? Some people are having problems. For instance, we had training yesterday. I personally didn't know that the button next to the money is called a radio button. Radio, R-A-D-I-O, radio.
Radio.
Radio, yeah,
You
like
know, the old-fashioned communications where you used to listen to them before television was invented.
right. Well, it doesn't say click here.
You have to select it or your payment won't
Or
be processed.
your payment, so we're accepting payments. Everything in the office is moving so much faster with these type of payments. People are paying online for the renewals. That's going very well. But I just wanted to cover that, but just explain to you your expenses look like you're doing just fine. If they weren't, we would already know about that. That's why I bring it to you every month. And if I see a big dip or a big trend there, we'll know about it. Okay, if no more questions, we'll move on to the legislative update. That is Exhibit F.
It's the same thing.
Yes, like Beth said, the same thing I told you about last month, but Karen wasn't here, one of our members. So I will tell you again, it's Public Chapter Number 614, Senate Bill 1534, as it relates to the State Board for Licensing Alarm System Contractors. Little A, number 1, the governor may remove any member of the board for official misconduct incompetency, willful neglect of duty, or demonstrate lack of good moral character by conduct that would disqualify an applicant from being registered under this part. 2A, big A, notwithstanding subsection E, number 1, any member who misses more than 50% of the scheduled meetings in a calendar year shall be removed as a member of the board. Big B, the chair of the board shall promptly notify or cause to be notified the appointing authority of any member who fails to satisfy the attendance requirements as prescribed in subsection little e2 big A. Madam Chair, that's something you really don't have to worry about. We'll be doing reports on that. We do have to tell you list the names, how many meetings you've attended, how many that you have not attended. We do that. And then if there is a problem, of course, we will discuss that with the chair. Okay, we'll just move on to Exhibit G. This is some correspondence we received from Susan Husky, Loudoun County Government, talking about a contract for school bus cameras. Also have included on your iPad the bid.
Or request for a bid.
Yes, request. Okay. The first thing in the packet is just the email that went from Miss Husky to Beth talking about it. And then the next page over is actually the request for bid. It says Loudoun County Government is soliciting sealed bids for a video audio recording system to be installed on school buses. Terms, conditions, and specifications are attached. Also says in the next paragraph, bidders must have a valid state of Tennessee contractor's license for alarm systems. We're bringing this to you today to see if that statement is correct. Do they need to have an alarm license for these school bus cameras?
Here are the qualifications. Let me.
Let's give you a few minutes to, of course, to look that over.
Have on your iPads too, but it's a little easier to read. He put that on the bid thinking that it was required, and she got a lot of complaints from people that wanted to bid on it, saying it really wasn't a CCTV system. So here we go. Here's the system specs.
There's a specific exclusion for motor vehicles under 60.
That's for motor vehicle alarm system.
Right, it does, that's what I was going to say. It does say alarm systems, and then we get into, is this an alarm system or is it camera?
Here's the rest of the bid specs where it says it must be capable of recording 8 cameras simultaneously, and then it must be here's the part that looks like what it makes it a CCTV system to me, but
Remote access for
that
people to
and
view
yeah,
it.
you can view it from a laptop or a computer somewhere. It's not just a camera on a bus recording on the bus anymore. Here are the components. These are like fairly state of the art, but
It's also got the web-based interface so that it's not, I mean, the bus driver has no control, but anybody else that wants to view it from a
Right.
different location can adjust the camera, so.
got so many complaints from people that wanted to bid on it that don't have an alarm license that she contacted our office. And I couldn't really answer. It looks like to me, so.
I think a lot of the companies that do some of this work would be companies that install police equipment. They install two-way radios, sirens, lights, that sort of stuff that wouldn't typically be in a licensed alarm contractor. People that have some of the specialty for this to work on vehicles wouldn't be licensed. Understand it does get into being a camera system. There's more technology to it, but they also could install it out of state and drive the vehicle in. I mean, are we going to say that they install it if it's because it's in Tennessee, if they bought a vehicle with something already on it or installed it in another state? I really think it comes under the exclusion. It does define alarm system as record, view, monitor, protect, avoid, reduce. I mean, alarm system is more broad than a camera system, or than just does include the camera system. Under 303 is where it describes an alarm, and it's 305. Is it 305? 30.
This is gonna come up again and again. I think it may have come up once before, but at that time it was just a camera on a bus with a recorder. It wasn't an integrated camera system. It wasn't the remote control from a laptop or other computer. When they viewed that, they had to take the tape out and take it out and look at it somewhere.
What's the rest of the board's thoughts on?
Clearly a specialty system. Somebody's got to put together a package. Budged it into specifications to put it out for bid, so they meet bid requirements is what's happened. Somebody's got that system and selling it. They're probably not licensed alarm contractors and don't want to have to be. They probably sell it all. Package system of some sort that they have put together and are marketing, and they don't want to have to be an alarm company in Tennessee.
Well, the vendor that helped her with this bid is an alarm contractor, and he helped her draft the bid
Not a badly written
request.
Not a badly written spec at
No.
all, really. The question is, does that need to be an alarm contractor installing it? On one hand, you need to make sure that you've got a licensed alarm contractor that's going to install it correctly, and that it's an appropriate and adequate installation. If we say yes, then there'll be companies that'll want to market that product or that product line that won't fall in that category, and they'll complain they can't bid on it because we've got a restrictive license. On the other hand, if we say no, then there'll be a lot of alarm contractors that are saying, well, here these unlicensed, unqualified people are coming in out of the woodwork trying to market this system.
Well, Ashley,
And
don't you
could-
think under the CC definition that it based on the specs in the bid, that it does qualify as a CCTV system?
Just reading it briefly, I didn't get a chance to like really in-depthly read the bid, I'm sorry. But reading it briefly, I would agree with you all that it does appear to be a CCTV system.
If it gets out beyond the officials, it's going to be like a daycare. Parents are going to want to know who's looking at my child on that bus, and how come it wasn't a licensed alarm contractor that put it in? You know, how come Joe's ABC store down the street put it in? And how many people can watch this remotely? Going to have that problem.
Out here, something that I've ran into recently. Lifeline buses, we installed. I didn't feel that we were qualified to do an automobile installation. We subbed the automobile part for the buses out to a car to work on that type of installation than we were.
But you were the,
I'm sorry. Did it match the specs on this, that it's got to be remote viewable and?
Well, they didn't match these specs, but it was a similar. I just, from an installation standpoint, I felt they could do a better job every day.
but you subbed it out. You were still the main contractor, weren't you?
Correct.
Right.
Or did you provide the equipment?
Yes.
Still had somebody that knew what they were doing over them, you know.
But all they did was bolt it on. You did all the networking and everything else, right? Or if there was
Right.
any?
They did the physical installation of it all, yeah. Yeah.
I don't think it's any question, but this is a closed-circuit television system.
Sure.
There's no question about that in my mind. The question is whether it falls under, whether we want to try and allow it to fall under the exclusion that we've set up for automobile alarms, or whether we want to say, no, this really needs to be a licensed contractor to protect the people and make sure the installation is done correctly and properly.
She put the bid opening off until after y'all had reviewed this.
H were the exceptions on a while ago.
Page 5.
If we were to go down this road and say that school bus systems such as this are required to be put in by alarm contractors, aren't we opening ourselves up to police cars and taxi cabs and everything else that has CCTV in it now?
I guess they would be.
All
if
are
they're-
now, yeah.
I guess for a cab, somebody at the main office could view.
Police is too. I mean,
I think government, somehow that might,
There have been systems for police vehicles recording, again, for a number of years. And we have not tried to say that it needs to be a licensed alarm company installing
we don't
those
know
types
who's
of systems.
installing them. I mean,
Yeah,
you know.
but we've not had any sort of complaints or had any action that I recall on those type systems.
Well, I know the city of Chattanooga used their own employees to do the installations. They ordered the equipment, and then the police or the personnel in the fire and police shop did all the camera installations with training, but they did their own.
Here again, I would feel like installation on a school bus is going to be just a little bit more critical than a government vehicle that's really under the close supervision and control of police department.
Do you know where in the code it references CCTV? I can't find the description.
So CCTV is not defined by statute. The board defined it by rule, yes, sir. That is Tennessee Comprehensive Rules and Regulations 0090-01-.02, subpart 6.
What, does it have a page number at the bottom?
It's not, we don't have, we have it on
It said the
Rule
rules
not
are on the iPad.
the rules are on there?
Yeah, they're at the back of the laws.
Very back.
What rule was it, Ashley?
.02, paragraph 6.
Well, I don't have any questions, like I say. that-
Paragraph 2 of 01. Right.
I don't have any question, boy, this is a closed-circuit television system. To me, it clearly is. The question is whether we want to try and move it under an exemption of some sort. Say, no, there needs to be a licensed contractor installing it.
Well, again, there's your definition that you have in the rules of a closed-circuit television system.
I'm of the opinion that probably in this particular case, that it should not be excluded from requiring a licensed contractor to install it. Maybe I'm overly sensitive to the school buses, but I just feel like where we've got school children involved, and there seems to be more and more problems with school buses, that this system we need to have an assurance that these systems are installed properly, working properly, and looked after properly. So now, it would still be such that a system could install under a proprietary exclusion their own equipment if they chose to do that, much like your police department was doing. They would be considered a proprietary installation. But I would think if it is going out for public bid, it should be installed by a licensed alarm company. So I would feel that it should not be excluded from requiring a licensed contractor to do the installation.
I mean, by definition, that pretty much matches exactly what's in the specs on that bid.
By saying that, are we saying that we want to regulate closed circuit TV system that goes in, or just school buses?
That's a good question. I feel, I guess I'm special sensitivity to school buses, but, by extension, if we feel that way about school buses, then by extension, it would apply to other vehicles as well. As Vivian said, the police department she's familiar with, was installing the equipment themselves. And, they would still be allowed to do that without the necessity of being licensed. And I guess therefore, by extension, a school system could have a qualified person that met their qualifications that could install a purchased package of equipment like this and install it themselves. That would not be a licensed contractor. But I think if it's just going out for bid, like this particular case, that it should be a licensed contractor installing it. And I feel that way because I want to make sure that the system is installed properly and done properly and works properly for the protection of the school children, who in this case would be the general public.
I tend to agree with you that with the school bus, I understand the urgency and why we want that to work more so than anything. We've got kids in the buses, but I don't think that's what the law says. I mean, I'm interpreting something that was written and I didn't have a part of, and even that rule calls closed circuit television an alarm system. And then the exclusion says an alarm system in a vehicle. I don't think that's what it was intended to. Maybe we need a law about closed circuit TV in school buses, but I don't think this one is. I don't think this one covers it.
When the law was first written, closed circuit television wasn't even
Right.
in the law.
But clearly it excluded mobile vehicle
That was
alarms,
for
car
like
alarms.
vehicle alarms that go off when you try to open it and you don't have the right key. Because when it was written in 1989
It was car
or 90,
Yeah, it was,
you know.
it was car alarms, whether they
Yeah.
were factory or aftermarket. It was just.
I just think in some ways we would be doing a disservice to exclude people that are specialized in doing mobile vehicles and saying they can't do them. Because I think there's some very highly qualified people that install two-way radio systems and all kinds of other electronics on vehicles that are probably better equipped than some alarm dealers. Now, there may be an alarm dealer that can do both. He may have a shop and the ability to do the install, but I just interpret it different. I read that's calling it an alarm system. The exclusion says an alarm system in a mobile vehicle.
What do we need to do, vote on it?
Well, all right, and I recognize the validity of what you're saying, but on the other hand, if we in turn interpret that it doesn't require a license to install these, then the guy that mows your lawn could go out and sell this system and install it. That's the flip side of that same coin. And I would be concerned that we would be opening the door to people that are totally unqualified to install systems like this. And and again, we have the case before us as a school bus, which I consider especially sensitive. If we say no, anybody can install it, then that would basically mean anybody could install it. And I don't think that's the approach we should be taking. I really don't. I think, considering these various factors, it should be a licensed alarm dealer that would be installing this. But again, I emphasize that would not preclude Loudon Company from purchasing the equipment and installing it themselves as a proprietary system, because we've clearly allowed proprietary systems to be installed under an exclusion. So I guess that's where I'm coming from. I think it should be a licensed alarm company for the protection of the people that these systems are intended to assist and protect.
I'll second that. And there's your definition of.
I'm just afraid of the door that we're opening to other things, and then that means now we're responsible for cabs and.
Well, I
Police
think
cars,
in his
individual
motion,
vehicles
he was
with
going to say,
cameras.
pertinent to school buses in the motion. Is how he.
I understand and agree with the passion about school buses. I get that, but I think a certain amount of that burden needs to fall on the purchaser as well, to not buy it from their lawn guy and to buy it from a qualified company. There are a lot of, like Scott says, there are a lot of good qualified automobile installation companies that do a good job, but how do we just regulate one portion of the mobile version and not all of it?
Well, using Loudon County as an example, I expect that if, the ABC yard service comes along and submits a bid to do this, and they're the low bid, I suspect I know which way Loudon County would likely go. Now, there are provisions in there to exclude unqualified, they've got all sorts of language in there, but I would expect that they would most likely go with whoever the low bid was, unless it was just absurd. And I think they'd go with the low bid. I really feel like that what you're going to find is that taxi cabs and metro buses that have substantial service facilities, they're going to be installed on their own, and that would fall under a proprietary type system. So I don't feel like that's a real problem. I think it should be a licensed contractor. Let me so we'll have a motion. I make a motion that the alarm systems that, well, let me try and think how to put this in a good fashion. That we have a request for information? What's the form that we have here we're addressing? Request for information?
I think
They want to know what stipulations goes in their bid request, right?
I think her question is whether or not they can accept bids from does the person submitting a bid need to be a licensed alarm contractor?
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that this type of bid work needs to be done by a licensed alarm contractor.
Okay. We have a motion by Mr. Roberts to say that it would require a licensed alarm contractor. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Ms. Jones. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed?
No, but nay.
So it's 3-2. Roberts, Jones, and Hickson, yes. The other two, no.
So the motion carries.
Yes.
Scott and Keith were opposed.
Harvey and Cockcroft.
All right, thank you. Well, the next thing on the agenda, under mine, is going to be the alarm employee application reviews. And we're going to start with Jay. We tried to streamline this a little bit for you so you can actually just have time to look at what the actual record is. We do have information from the individual. We're looking at a 1991 theft of property and 1997 DUI.
So all of their 91 and 97 charges, 1991, the current more recent dates are when this paperwork was printed, I guess.
Would
I
what?
don't know what I was waiting to see if they were through reviewing everything. Well, I was just waiting to see if y'all were. I'll make a motion to approve his application.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Cockcroft to approve Exhibit J. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Harvey. All in favor, voice by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? It passes.
All right, let's go on to Exhibit K. This one here is the one that was presented at the February 2016 meeting that you requested an appearance. And he reapplied with a new company and did not respond. Request for appearance.
It went to the old company, the new company's
Okay.
in Kansas.
The request went to the old company. Of course, he wasn't with the old company anymore. He went to the new company, and new company is in Kansas.
Well, you know, we can write them a letter too, but
In Kansas, or is he in
no,
Tennessee?
he's local.
So there's no reason why he couldn't appear, even though it's
Well, he could, but his qualifying agent wouldn't, and we weren't really sure exactly where to
didn't
go.
have a qualifying agent in Tennessee.
There,
I know the company had to have some operation or something here. Oh,
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we have this individual appear as we asked before. And even though he has changed companies, I think the previous decision was an appropriate one, and that he still needs to appear before the board before we grant it any sort of registration or consider it further.
Second.
okay, we have a motion by Mr. Roberts, a second by Ms. Jones to have this applicant appear before the board. All in favor, voice by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
did you expect this, do you want me to send it to the company?
Invite him.
I don't think we have summons
I
and
wouldn't say
authority,
that,
but
I wouldn't say
we're
that
not
he has to
summoning.
Oh,
fly
I
in
mean,
from
it'll be the
Kansas to.
standard letter that says, you know, this application, and you need to be with him when he.
I think there's some that we could garner from him.
I don't feel like it'd be appropriate to require the QA from Kansas to appear, but I would want the individual to appear. Also would want the new company to recognize that there's some issues here that the board wants to consider.
Would it be appropriate for a supervisor or someone else to come that's not the qualifying agent, or?
They've only got 2 employees in Tennessee, and the next application is the other employee, so. Haven't been licensed here very long. I think all these people do is sell and maybe install.
Well, we'll send an invitation to him.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
we can do that. If you would, please move to Exhibit L. What you're going to review this time is a 1996 theft of property, possession of burglary tools.
Is that all the explanation he provided?
Is that the burglary tool?
Make a motion, we accept this employee application.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Harvey to grant this employee registration application. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second by Mr. Roberts. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries. Then we have file M.
The sheet after the exhibit sheet, the top sheet, you do have a list of the 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, and 2015 charges. Type them up on the front. It's that separate sheet.
Pouring the salt on that first page.
Yeah. Page 2 of the first section. Intoxication.
According to this, he was convicted of the assault, unless I'm reading it wrong.
The only conviction he has is that 2010, the only recent.
This is one where a little bit more information about the employee's application might have been helpful.
What do you need?
Well, the application has other information, for instance, prior employment, which, gives some indication of a person's stability. There's just some other information in there that might have been helpful in this beyond just strictly the criminal record. This is one of those that's really kind of marginal. Could go either way.
Had a previous application on file that was denied for a material misstatement.
Well, this, excuse me, but this is where I have to interject and tell you, all you're looking at is his criminal record. It doesn't make any difference whether he works for a large company or a small company. You have to treat I'm trying to treat everybody the same when it comes to a criminal record. That's why I've kind of tried to narrow it down to just the record. Well, you're going, and I could have approved it myself, except that one of them is right at that 10 years. I couldn't approve it.
Cody, I would disagree. And you and I don't often disagree on things.
Fine.
Let me explain my perspective. Certainly, there's a lot of validity in what you're saying, but what we're actually trying to do is evaluate not just criminal record, but evaluate the individual. And
That's why I disagree. You're not evaluating the individual. You're evaluating a criminal record, whether it be on this end of the pole or that side over there. It's just the record. It's not the individual that you're looking at.
We're trying to evaluate his good moral character.
I do think in some ways we're trying to evaluate the individual. I mean, because we could just discount the whole thing and say he's denied on the record, based on the record. We're trying to look at other reasons to come up with a reason to approve him. The one thing you mentioned about large company or small company, I don't think that's where Ken was going. Ken was looking at.
No, I don't care what size company he works for.
Or maybe not even that it was still an alarm company before, but the work history, and I'm not sure if that's relevant or not, but I understood that's kind of where you were going different than.
Yeah, that was really kind of what I had in mind. Again, what large company, small company, or whether it's an alarm company or we was flipping burgers before, really doesn't make any particular difference to me. Although, when you're evaluating or trying to look at a person and their good moral character, then if he's had 14 jobs in the last 14 months, then there'd probably be a problem. If he's and I'm just using that as a hypothetical case. Frankly, with the police record here, I don't see anything that I would consider a bar to in granting his registration. Like I said, just perhaps one of those cases where a little bit more information might have been helpful in considering it. But Madam Chairman, I make a motion we grant this application, grant this registration.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Roberts to grant Exhibit M's registered employee application. Do we have a second? Okay, motion dies for lack of a second. Do we have another motion?
I make a motion that we ask this applicant to come in for an appearance to talk about his record.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Harvey to require the applicant to make an appearance before the board. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second that.
A second by Mr. Roberts. Excuse me. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries.
We'll send this gentleman an invitation.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
That's going to take care of my section. We can go to Bess, but I will be speaking again under new business.
Okay. Exhibit N.
Course review.
Everybody was excited to get that list of education. And you didn't get them all.
We didn't get them all.
No, there's more has come in.
Oh. You had to be printed off.
She's got more.
You got it, she just didn't print it. It was at the bottom of the email.
Everybody get?
Yeah,
you
mine's
didn't
in the
put that
dash of my car.
Yeah, it's gotta be on the dashboard of your car.
Well, we
This is not on the
determined,
dashboard of my car.
I know.
and his is not either.
Oh, it needs to be next time, please.
Mine wasn't last time, but it is
It
this
needs
time.
to be.
I'm being ugly. This is for the last meeting.
Okay.
The one for this meeting is on the dashboard of my car.
Well, again, on another note, they haven't actually
Quit
started.
teasing me now, because I
They
don't want you to
haven't
get your
actually
car towed.
started towing cars out of the garage yet, but when they do, you'll need that in there.
That was tacky. I shouldn't have done that. I apologize.
Yeah, but poor Keith really didn't, I don't
I can't
think.
get this
I
from
couldn't
her.
find where to print. I saw it said, I'm gonna send your parking pass.
It was
but
at
I
the
couldn't
bottom.
Find out where to print it from.
I'm gonna take about a 5-minute break before I
Certainly.
restart. Real quick.
Car's still here.
Hey, jog over there and check on that car.
Beth give me a ride home.
Okay, this is your education review. I have a list of who I sent the courses to. Do we want to just go course by course, or Ken, can I just review the courses I sent to you and we'll do those at one time? And
It'd be fine if you'd like to do it that way.
okay, and again, I sent a little bit different group to everybody because there were so many of them.
Well, you send me a different group, that's for sure.
Well, okay. Are we ready? All right, Ken, I sent you, and do you want to do these one at a time, or?
Well, I printed out some of the sheets that you sent me. Where do you want to start with
Let me
these?
start at the top of the list, because I've got them in order somewhat alphabetically. I've got the Honeywell courses I sent you.
Okay,
I sent you course title 300P1.
let me run down through these. 300P1 was a request for 4 hours of continuing education in the Berg category. None of the Honeywell courses requested a classification.
Well, for continuing ed, you really don't need one.
I understand. That would be approved for 4 hours. The 3020 P1 for 4 hours, burglar alarm category. The 5800 wireless was for the 2 hours for the burglar and fire alarm category. The 5800 C2W for 1 hour continuing education, burglar alarm. The 7847I, 2 hours in the burglar alarm. All of these continuing education. The AlarmNet 360, 2 hours, burglar alarm. The AlarmNet communications, burglar and fire for 4 hours continuing education. The alarm,
Might be a little fast. Talking a little fast.
oh, I'll try and act like I'm not selling a product on television. And listing listing the side effects of some medication. All right, I think the next one would be the AlarmNet VAV, which happens to be video alarm verification. The course did not indicate that. I had to do some digging to find out what that was. Was for 2 hours of continuing education. That would be for burglar and closed circuit television. I did not get the basic networking for intrusion. You skipped that one. I had a whole block there, but that one was not included. Looked like for 5 hours of continuing education. I did not have that. Perhaps someone else did. But I'm discussing it because we're going down the list. The next one in that particular block I had was burglar and fire alarm basics, which was 2 hours continuing education for burglar and fire. Those were the Honeywell courses that I had. And I would feel like all of those were appropriate without any reservations. Do we want to make that an emotion or just consider all of this a motion when I make that
Why don't we
recommendation?
go through all of them and
you
put
got more?
the recommendations in? He does have more.
No, I was talking about, did he have more?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, then-
That's just one page.
We want to get all the Honeywell courses out of the way first and then move to the, I know everybody did.
Yeah, let's do
And-
that. Why don't we go through the Honeywell?
Did anybody else have basic networking for intrusion that they remember?
I hope you didn't send it to me and I just neglected or
Oh,
overlooked it
it's
in
very
some fashion.
possible that it, hold on, I'm looking for my Honeywell stuff. Here we go. I tried to put them in alphabetical order so the only way I can keep up with them.
I was sort of surprised when that one was skipped and the ones that I had pulled up. It may have been that I had overlooked it in some fashion, but I did not see that particular course. At that particular course, that would be the Honeywell Basic Networking for Intrusion. Request for 5 hours of continuing education. Certainly seemed like an appropriate course, and that time frame would look reasonable based on a quick assessment of this.
Move to the courses I sent to Keith. Keith, and let me know if I missed a couple. These are still Honeywell courses. I sent you the CCTV course. It was a 4-hour course.
Although I did review everything that you sent me, I did not do like Ken and print them all off.
That's okay.
So,
Did you have any
so-
problems with the courses I sent you?
no. Although, of course, just like what Ken has, I just had the preview of each course. So everyone that you sent me that was asking for continuing ed was good.
Okay.
You sent me 3 courses for initial app. That had
That was the
6
ESA courses for renewal.
Right.
We'll look at those after we get through Honeywell.
Okay.
If you don't mind. So what I have on record that I sent Keith is the CCTV for 4 hours, Compass 2.0 for 2 hours, eSecure 1.0 for 4 hours, eSecure 2.0 for 4 hours, Honeywell Fire Alarm Basics for 2 hours, HRG for 2 hours, IS and DT series motion detectors for 1 hour, Lynx series for 4 hours, Lynx Touch. I didn't get, Karen, you got Lynx Touch, the next ones. There's more. Lynx Touch went to Keith, and Lynx Touch L5210 Advanced went to Keith. And it was for 3 hours. You didn't have any problems with those?
for continuing ed. They were all good for that.
All right.
I didn't print them on.
All right, the next group I sent to Karen. And Karen, I sent you the Lynx Touch L5210 Express, the Lynx Touch L7000 Advanced. Those are both for 3 hours. The Lynx Touch L7000 Express for 3 hours. The Lyric 1-day certification for 8 hours. And the Max Pro Cloud for 1 hour. Do you have any problem with any of those? So you would recommend approval? Okay, and I will also add that these were all previously NTS-approved courses, but since they're no longer approving courses, they've all been sent out to every state board for review. All right, the next group I have was sent to Scott. All right, let me get down to here. Acts 1, 2, 3 for 4 hours. Do you remember if you got that one?
I must have missed an email because this first, I've got a block here that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that I didn't get. I reviewed starting at VAM, Vista Automation Module.
Let's see if I got them.
Did you get, wait a minute.
I got those.
All right.
Total Connect 1.0 and 2.0. And then Total Connect.
Oh, they were sent to Karen. I'm sorry, I changed my list. There were just a lot there. Karen also had the NetAx
Yeah.
123, the Total Connect 1.0, Total Connect 2.0 for 2 hours, Total Connect GPS tracking for 1 hour, and the Tuxedo Touch for 3 hours. Now we start with Scott. So you got the Vista Automation Module, the Vista 15P, the Vista 20P. Those two were for 4 hours. The Automation Module was 3. I apologize. The Vista 21IP, which was 6 hours. Vista 32FBPT, which was 8 hours. The Vista 128BPT, which was 8 hours. The Vista 128FBPT, which was 8 hours. The Vista 250BT, which was 8 hours. The Vista 250FBPT, which was 8 hours. The Vista Key, which was 4 hours. And the Z-Wave, which was 3 hours. Did you?
Yes, and they're all fine. Even all of the 8-hour classes are full-day classes and are rather in-depth. None of these, is like we said on the others, none of them specify an area for Berg Fire CCTV, but you said that doesn't matter on CEU.
For continuing it really doesn't.
Okay.
So far, all the Honeywell courses we have gone over and reviewed.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion we approve the Honeywell courses that we've just reviewed for with the times associated with them
For continuing education.
for continuing education.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Roberts, a second by Mr. Cockcroft to approve the courses presented for continuing education, those being Honeywell courses. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries.
Now we're going to start on the ESA courses, and I think if we do the continuing ed ones first, and again, now that NTS is no longer approving courses, they're offering them, and they have submitted all of these to us for approval for continuing ed. All right. The NTS courses that I sent to Ken would be basic circuit troubleshooting and testing for 2 hours, codes and standards refresher for 1 hour, ethical client relations for 1 hour, fundamentals of networking 4 hours, introduction to the digital home for 4 hours. I think that's all I sent you.
I also had the life safety code,
8-hour
parentheses
one?
LSC, for 8 hours. Yes,
Did
that's
you have the
correct.
job safety
No,
reminders?
I did not see that one that I recall.
Okay. Have any issues with
No,
those?
they were all very appropriate, I thought, for continuing education.
The next group, and we'll come back to job safety reminders. Maintenance and inspection processes to avoid trouble. Did I send that to you, Ken, or did I?
No, I did not see that course.
Okay. Keith, my records indicate I sent you. I'm not sure I sent you any of these, Keith. Did you get any of these ESA courses?
I don't think I got any for continuing ed.
Okay, all right. Karen,
I
let's
got
look.
2 more left, but they're on page 7, the very last 2.
You didn't get any of these NTS courses?
No.
Okay.
I had all the Honeywell courses that you read off, and then I had 2 8-hour ESA courses for,
I also sent you residential fire alarm, troubleshooting closed circuit video systems, troubleshooting communication and notification devices, and troubleshooting fire alarm devices. Okay. All right, I'll bring them to you. Scott, I sent you troubleshooting intrusion alarm devices, troubleshooting panels and power supplies, troubleshooting using test equipment, and value-based convergent selling process. They were all 1-hour classes.
Right, I had all 4 of those, and they were all appropriate as well.
So you start with alarm devices. Hold on. I've got them here in hard copy. I couldn't send all these out to everybody like I usually do and say, hey, y'all review these. There were just too many of them. All right. Want to take a couple of minutes and look at the ones that didn't get reviewed? I don't know how else to do these. There's just too many of them. Hold
tell me
on.
what they started with again.
Right, you had
Have them in hard copy there.
Yeah, I'm going to start with job safety reminders. Hold on. I have them in alphabetical order.
This is making me sleepy.
Fire alarm, troubleshooting closed circuit video system, fire alarm devices.
False alarms for 1 hour is okay, and this is,
alarm? That's like a 7-hour course.
This one is troubleshooting closed-circuit video systems for 1 hour.
Looking at this fire course, I wanted to ask the QAs, are y'all having a lot of questions for consumers calling you and saying, my smoke detector's 10 years old, somebody told me I need to change them, will you come and replace them?
We've had a lot of issue with that, no.
This is a 7-hour fire, continuing ed, residential fire alarm online. It looks good.
This one is troubleshooting communication and notification devices.
I have the troubleshooting fire alarm devices for 1 hour of continuing education, and that'll be certainly acceptable.
That is all the NTS continuing ed courses. Do we want to make a motion on those?
Madam Chairman, I make a motion we accept the ESA NTS continuing education courses as they have been reviewed for continuing education and the hours that were indicated.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Roberts, a second by Mr. Cockcroft to accept the NTS courses as discussed and for the time, for the number of hours listed for continuing education. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the motion carries.
The next thing on the list are the hike vision courses,
Very good.
and I sent those to Keith.
Well, I had those. They're all fine. They're all appropriate.
I did send those to Scott. They're all 1 and 2 hour courses.
Right, do you want to read them off or?
I will. I actually took that into somebody in my office and asked them what that said too, and they said the same thing I did, but we won't go there. All right, the hike vision courses, the first one is a 1 hour course called IVMS-4200/IVMS-4500 introductory level class. The second, and it was for 1 hour. The second one was port forwarding for CCTV. It was a 1 hour class. Setup and operations of PoE NVR is 1 hour. Transitioning from legacy analog CCTV to megapixel resolution is 2 hours. Video analytics within IP camera, NVR, and VMS software for 2 hours. Scott, did you have any problems with any of those?
No, they're all fine.
So you would recommend approval?
Yes.
Okay. We want to go question on the hike vision?
I don't believe they're online. They're all taught in person. They also gave resumes for all of their personnel, all their qualifications. Howard was one of them. You can ask if Howard was teaching, but there were a number of people that they listed that would teach the classes. I would make a motion to approve all of the hike vision continuing education classes.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Cockcroft, a second by Mr. Harvey to accept all the hike vision continuing education courses as presented. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries.
And we had 2 courses that were submitted for the Tennessee Electronic Security Association convention in September. One was submitted by AMG Advanced Technology Video. Ken, I think I sent those to you.
I had those, or had that one,
Okay.
the AMG and the Telguard. They showed on the Telguard, they did actually list it specifically for fire. It's 2 hours and it is for a fire communicator, but they both were appropriate, both AMG and Telguard.
So is it just the 2 of those from?
That's all. These were, one was submitted by AMG and one was submitted by Telguard, but it was specifically for that conference.
Make a motion to approve both the AMG and Telguard continuing education classes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Cockcroft, a second by Ms. Jones to approve the AMG and the Telguard courses for continuing education as presented. All in favor, voice by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion carries.
All right, then. All right. Page. All right, then I get to the Electronic Security Association, NTS courses. All right, I sent Keith Advanced Intrusion Systems, Certified Alarm Technician, which is level 1, and Certified Fire Alarm Designer, level 3, which is the CFAD. Advanced Intrusion was a 16-hour course. It was submitted for initial application in burglar alarm, employee training, and continuing ed.
She didn't get that last one.
You say CFAD, and that's the initials, CFAD.
Yeah. Certified Fire Alarm Designer. I said fire alarm.
R.
Huh? All right. Now I'm lost. Advanced Intrusion System, Certified Alarm Technician, Certified Fire Alarm Designer, level 3, and that's all I sent to Keith. Did you have any issues with any of those? They're all renewals.
That's what I want to make sure of, because of course, once again, just having the outline looks good for the amount of hours they were asking for, but without seeing the whole course for initial app, I just want to make sure that's a course that's been approved before.
These were all renewals, and I went back and double-checked. The CFAD course, the Certified Fire Alarm Designer, was only approved in fire before, and they put down all classifications. I would only recommend that it be approved for fire. So this one's fire only.
So all of these that they're requesting initial application training, they are renewals. It's
Yes.
not a new, they're not adding
None of
that
these
on
are
to.
new
They're
at
not,
all.
they're not adding it on to something that was just at CEU.
No, well, they've asked for CEU too, but this is how they were previously approved. They've been approved. The only one that hadn't been approved twice for renewal and everything is the CFAD course, and it was just approved 5 years ago when they designed it. All right, then I've got electronic access control. I believe I sent Ken.
Yes, that's correct.
And I sent fire alarm installation methods to Ken and the International Building Code to Ken.
Right. The electronic access control was a request for 16 hours of continuing education. It was sort of interesting. They indicated a request for closed circuit television. I would recommend approval on that one. The next one, the fire alarm installation methods, they requesting 16 hours for initial application of fire employee training and continuing education. Now, one of the things that I guess maybe it's just a quirk of mine, they indicated that this would be offered in person and also online. I guess I am just not a real fan of trying to present a fire alarm installation methods course online. I guess I have real reservations about the adequacy of instruction when somebody's trying to learn how, for initial application, to install fire alarms and all of the intricacies of fire alarm systems when they're just sitting there in front of a computer. I guess I have some reluctance with that.
End of the course, whoever takes it online has got to go to PSI and take a proctored exam to get a course completion. I know it's not hands-on, but that's most of our course providers are moving towards online courses and a proctored exam of some type.
Yeah, like I said, I guess I just didn't have a problem with them doing for employee training, continuing education in that fashion. But you know, when you have real live instruction where you've got an instructor, there's just a lot of back and forth conversation about alarm systems that you just don't get online.
Agreed, because the course I took, 2 or 3 years ago, was in person instead of online, and we took the test at the end of the class in the classroom. But if we hadn't had the instructor there to show a lot of different things about where to place them, how the smoke rolls, where it gathers and where it doesn't, it'd be hard to do online.
Instructor to answer questions.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing with you, but
No, I
again,
understand.
we've approved this in the past.
Was
In
it
the past, we've had NTS and an ESA representative come in here and ask if you wanted to require proctored exams, but nobody inquired if you wanted to authorize an online course or an in-person course.
Oh, yeah, I'm not arguing, I'm just saying it
No,
would be
I'm
hard.
just, well, we need to
From what I
identify
took.
how you're gonna approve it, and if we need to change that they cannot qualify with an online course, then that would also to apply to all the elite CE courses we've got approved.
And we had approved another course
Easy.
that was, you know, with the video proctor, that the whole class was online.
Global,
And
the
I'm,
whole
I'm
thing.
sure some of this is their response to that. They would like to have a comparable class. It's hard for us to say one person can do it and another can't.
Well, again, my only reservation was when you're talking about for the initial application, continuing education, employee training. I don't have a problem with that. You know, it would presumably would be enhancing their skills that they already had. But for somebody to take that, for the pool boy to come in and try and take or your exterminator to try and come in and take an online course on installing a fire alarm system online, I guess I have some real reservations about that. And
The people that you have coming in to apply that have to take the training have already got 5 years' experience. I'm just, we have to be able to answer questions.
I understand. That was the only reservation I had, and I guess if the rest of the board feels that that's adequate, I can go along with it. But it is a reservation that I do have.
I have your same reservations. I just think and we did approve a different class for even initial training. That was, the whole thing was online.
A little proctor that sits on your computer and watches
I
you.
understand your concern, and I don't disagree with you. I just
Well,
think
I
we've got to
certainly-
be fair to all the course providers.
I certainly wouldn't want to try and hold the ESA National Training School to any sort of higher standard than we've allowed for other people. So I guess I'd recommend that these be approved in that circumstance. The other two courses I had, the International Building Code was for 8 hours of continuing education, burglar, fire, and CCTV, certainly appropriate, and also the Life Safety Code, which was the other class I had for 8 hours of continuing education, certainly appropriate. So, well, I would guess you want to review the rest of those, but those were the 4 courses that I was reviewing.
I'm thinking that maybe we should go ahead and approve this because it is a renewal and we've already allowed it. And then maybe you guys want to sit down and take a really hard look at your qualifying education course requirements.
That might be a real good idea for us to do at some future point.
That was my reservation too. I mean, that's the employee training was, I mean, that was my concern with the courses I reviewed as well. It makes me feel better to know that they had already been approved for employee training. And I understand the addition of online is a concern. I was going to be concerned just about the employee training in general. All of the courses look to be good courses.
Yeah, it's a good course. No, I don't have any reservation about that. I guess just the adequacy of online instruction for initial application, and maybe I'm just especially touchy about fire, but to me, the fire systems are so code-driven and so important, and life safety is such an important factor that I just feel like you just do not have the quality of instruction online that you would have with a real live instructor teaching the course. But let's bring that up at some future point. Do you want me to make some sort of motion on these
We
four?
still have the ones that Scott and Karen reviewed, professional fire alarm design, that was Scott. Residential fire alarm, 8 hours continuing education. Security sales essentials. And troubleshooting service and maintenance. I think Scott got all of those.
Which those all looked appropriate to me. My only question on the security sales, why would that? Oh, that's employee training,
Right.
not initial application,
No.
not for a qualified agent. So those would be appropriate for that.
Since we have so many people selling and doing nothing else, I think
Right.
y'all added that. But you didn't have a problem with those?
No, those were all fine.
Okay, and the other two I sent to Karen were understanding electronic security systems and video system technologies.
8 hours and one was for 16? Yeah.
I don't know if I missed it, but I've got another one on here, life safety code that I didn't get. We haven't listed yet, I don't think.
I didn't got that one.
I had life safety code.
Okay, you had that too.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
fine.
Yeah, that was on the previous.
Okay, so I would hope we could get a motion to approve the NTS course renewals.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion, we approve the ESA NTS courses as they have just been individually reviewed.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Roberts, a second by Mr. Cockcroft to approve the ESA
ESA NTS courses.
and NTS courses as presented. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries.
I had sent one other course to Mr. Roberts. It was the Honeywell Notifier Factory Technical Training. We had one of our qualifying agents submit that for his renewal. It's a 40-hour factory technical training course that he wants to meet his 16-hour renewal requirement. And Ken had already responded that he was familiar with the course.
I am very familiar with the course. It is a rigorous course and certainly good for 16 hours of continuing education. I make that in the form of a motion.
Second.
Is there an echo in here?
Motion by Mr. Roberts, a second by Ms. Jones to, which course is it?
Called the Honeywell Notifier Factory Technical Training. It was submitted by Kyle Cantwell to meet his personal continuing education requirement.
Okay, that has been put into a motion by Mr. Roberts and second by Ms. Jones. How does the board vote?
Aye.
All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That course is
That's
passed.
actually about a 4-day course, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is. We send our technicians to that course.
There's one other
really
item
good
at the
course.
very back of your education review. It's an email from Grant Angel with LERC. LERC is an online provider of qualifying and continuing education. He sent me this email to ask that you consider approving renewal as there haven't been any changes in his courses. I told him I'd present it and let you know what the recommendation was. He has a fire alarm qualification course, burglar alarm qualification course, that has no proctor, that you take the entire course online, pass the test online, and get a certificate. The other courses are smaller courses he uses for continuing ed. been approved twice in the past. But I didn't hear any concern about it non-proctored or no exam. I mean, you do take an exam, but you take it online.
LERC, doesn't that,
Limited Energy Resource Center.
don't they have like a leapfrog or?
They did. Actually, we talked about that. Charlie Pierce is in the middle of rewriting his book. The course was so outdated because the technology's changed so much that I talked to Grant and told him that until he got an updated course and wanted to submit that, he doesn't really have a book because Charlie's book's so out of date. So he ceased offering that until he can get a new book or something from Mr. Pierce.
I did take some courses then that was called Leapfrog or something like that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and they were in-person courses. There was part 1 and part 2. There were like 4 parts to it.
Yeah.
And they were really good courses, but those aren't offered hardly anywhere anymore, and they're very outdated because the technology's changed so much. So he would like us to renew his courses without him having to resubmit the outlines. I didn't give him an answer at all.
So some of these are for initial qualifying agent.
Burglar alarm qualification course, fire alarm qualification course. Those are the only 2. These smaller courses, the continuing ed courses, are actually smaller courses that make up the qualifying courses. I can tell them to submit the course outlines and the course synopsis, just like everybody else does. Tuesday, so.
I hadn't taken them in a long time, but they were good when I took them.
Grant's very,
You know.
Again, they're not proctored at all. There's an exam at the end. You don't even have to go somewhere and take it.
I didn't know we even had any of those approved like that.
Were
What's-
approved before your time.
A long time ago, 15 years maybe.
What's the board's feeling on that? Kind of addresses the same issue we were just talking about, whether or not we want to continue maybe at least a minimum of a proctored exam if we do allow online courses.
My concern is if you have an unproctored course, then, who's to say that the guy that's making the application actually even took the course?
No, your dog could have taken it. But
Yeah.
We've had this conversation for 15 years. I don't have an answer, but I think if you're really concerned about it, then we need to come up with some parameters for qualifying education courses that don't apply to the continuing ed and employee training. Technology of today and the technology of the future is not live courses with a proctor. I can tell him just to submit them and we'll review them at the next
I'd tell him
meeting.
to submit them and we'll review them. We've had the other people do that, and it wouldn't be treating him any differently from the way we treat everybody else. Do we have a consensus on that? Okay.
Well, as much as I hate to say it, that concludes the education report.
Bless our Lord.
And I don't know of a better way to work this. I'm afraid we're gonna have probably this many courses. Because, again, we already took on the Seymour courses that had NTS approval. They were submitted last year, way in advance of all this. But I'm expecting everybody that had anything approved by NTS to start submitting course approvals.
That's what it takes. I guess that's what it takes, so.
Are you happy with, I'm sorry you didn't get some of them, Karen, but just to keep them organized, I'm trying to keep up with who I sent
I
where.
tried to flag them as they come in. I could have missed it, but
We got that covered. Most of them got where they were supposed to be, so thank you.
Okay. Any unfinished business? Any new business? Okay, Ms. Fest?
What you have in front of you is a press release that we would like to send out. I was at a meeting, and legislative meeting, but in the possibility of new legislation, and came up, have there been any consumer problems or what needed to be done? And I said, I think there's times that we need to have a press release of what's going on in a particular industry.
Basically, the press release, it reads, the Tennessee Alarm Systems Contractors Board strives to keep the citizens of the state of Tennessee informed as to updates and developments in the industry thought to impact them directly. Many alarm systems are not equipped to provide accurate monitoring when a consumer switches from a landline telephone service to cellular service. To that end, alarm systems customers are advised to contact their providers to determine whether additional equipment is needed for monitoring if they have switched their telephone service from a landline to a cellular service only. And as Cody was explaining, we were asked to draft this information for press release, and we wanted to bring it to the board to see if you all approved of that language or if we needed to make any edits before we sent it out.
I think some edits might be forthcoming.
Yeah,
It's a good release, but it probably could be a little bit more all-encompassing, not, is that where you're going?
That's what I was going to say. There's really more to it than that. We've encountered some other problems as well, not just especially when it's swapping to cellular service, but also when they go from a regular service to a VoIP. In some instances, if they swap from a copper line to a fiber optic line. So I would change the wording slightly to, like Scott said, make it a little more all-encompassing. I applaud the idea of putting out a press release.
You've almost given them too much information, but actually not enough.
Yeah,
So
let me suggest I would change some of the wording, if I may. And I'm going to read what you have at first. The Tennessee Alarm Systems Contractors Board strives to keep the citizens of the state of Tennessee informed as to updates and developments in the industry thought to impact them directly. That's what you have said. Many alarm systems, and here's where I would change. I would change so that it reads, many alarm systems may not, and skip erasing the words equipped to, so it says may not provide accurate monitoring service when a consumer changes telephone service, period. To that end, alarm systems customers are advised to contact their providers to determine whether additional equipment is needed for monitoring if they have changed their telephone service, period.
Contact providers or contact your security? I mean, they can't call CenturyLink or Comcast.
Contact maybe we should say contact alarm providers.
Right, you need to contact your alarm provider to find out what you got to do.
Yeah, that would be better.
Because
So would you like for me to read that again?
If they contact us,
I think I got it,
Phone system.
but if you want to read it again,
I'll read it again.
Mm-hmm.
The first
Or
sentence,
probably.
first sentence in the press release, I would not change. The second sentence would read, many alarm systems may not provide accurate monitoring service when a consumer changes telephone service. To that end, alarm systems customers are advised to contact their alarm providers to determine whether additional equipment is needed for monitoring if they have changed their telephone service. I believe that encompasses everything you have said, but broadens it a bit appropriately.
what if, I'm going to the what ifs here, not only if they change their telephone service, but if they change their cable service, if they change their data package on their Verizon plan. You know, some of the alarm systems are communicating over the box that Verizon or whomever provides you.
Okay, good point.
I mean, there's many ways it can be transmitted, not just over the phone line.
All right, good point. Why don't let me suggest another change then. The last sentence, It would read, let's see, to that end, alarm systems customers advised to contract their alarm providers to determine whether additional equipment is needed for monitoring if they have changed their communications services.
Cable service provider, your telephone service provider, your cell phone service
No.
provider.
You could put example
Short, really. It's
in
just-
parentheses.
Yeah.
I would,
Okay.
I mean, just.
I would add one other thing where,
Especially if it's some elderly person and they read that and
Yeah.
they don't realize what we're talking about.
Yeah. They don't know what a data package is.
Exactly.
Right.
I would add after changed, and just add or canceled, if you've changed or
Oh, yeah.
canceled.
Be-
We've got so many people that are just
Yeah.
canceling phone lines altogether in lieu of having a cell phone only.
And then they don't understand why their alarm
Right.
is not
Right.
communicating.
Well, that's
And
what
this has
brought
been
the
going
whole,
on.
Yeah.
that's what brought up the whole conversation is that we do get calls that say, I didn't know I had to, when I eliminated my land phone, that I was not being monitored.
And they've been paying for
And
it.
for months,
Yeah,
and months.
we get our customers that do that, even though our contract tells them to test their alarm system regularly, they don't do it.
And then when their cable service calls, it says we can give you phone, cable, internet, blah, 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 for $20 a month. They're like, yeah, cut me off. I don't want that phone no more.
I applaud the idea of the press release like it. I think it's an excellent
But
idea.
thank you, I think that's been in the statute for a while, a year or two, but, we do.
everybody reads the
Yeah,
statute.
that's true, and then we try to look at the kind of telephone calls.
I think it's an excellent thing to do.
Would you mind reading it again?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh, boy.
So we can
Okay.
make sure I
Okay,
got
let's
everything.
Stop. You make a motion that it's going to be the following and read it into the. Second it and then vote on it so we don't have to go through it again. And speak slowly enough that Miss Jenny over here can capture all the wording. Will that work?
No? Yeah, it'll work. Okay. Madam Chairman, I make a motion that the proposed press release read as follows. The Tennessee Alarm Systems Contractors Board strives to keep the citizens of the state of Tennessee informed as to updates and developments in the industry thought to impact them directly. Many alarm systems may not provide accurate monitoring service when a customer changes telephone service. To that end, alarm systems contractors are advised to contact their alarm providers to determine whether additional equipment is needed for monitoring if they have changed or canceled their communication services. And I think we're talking about putting in parentheses there, what do we want to include? Telephone lines, landlines,
Cable, internet,
service,
phone.
cell
Cable.
phone service.
telephone service, internet.
Well, the people that are trying to sell it just call it a data package. But, you
Data
know,
data package.
some of the, everybody won't understand that.
That's what I was gonna say.
No.
Yes,
Some
this
people
is
might
for the
not know
consumer, please.
What a data
That's-
package
You
is
gotta
gonna
word
be.
it that the consumer
This is
will
included, but
understand.
not limited to the following.
That's okay. We'll have to read it again. She's just typing away and we're just
Okay.
talking away. We didn't make much of a, that didn't complete. it.
Registered, she's supposed to.
Well, I
be
think
able
we've
to
got
do
everything
this.
except the last portion of the last sentence
Should
there.
include
Internet.
telephone service, data packages, cellular phone service, cable service,
Internet connection.
internet connection, what else?
Okay, that should do it.
I mean,
One-
that way anybody that reads it can look and say, oh, I did change my that, whatever it
Yeah.
is.
You know, a lot of people don't realize there's that many ways that you can communicate.
I think basically what you're gonna do is notify people that they need to check with their alarm providers if they're changing their stuff. And,
A lot of them have already changed it.
well, I understand.
We're the last to know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But we're the first to get blamed.
I know. Trust me, I get the phone calls, I know.
All right, so we've got a motion. Did we have a second to that?
Second.
And we have a motion by Mr. Roberts to accept the press release as he's written into the record, seconded by Ms. Jones. All in favor, voice by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries.
Probably didn't write down properly.
May not be able to read my notes. I'll be
Okay.
happy to let you have that.
The next thing we had for a new business is TNESA. The association is having their show and convention in Pigeon Forge, September the 21st and 22nd and the 23rd. The staff has been invited to speak on September the 22nd, Thursday. We will be having segments, from what I
We're
understand,
gonna
two
have
parts.
a table at registration to answer questions, and then we'll be given 2-hour presentation from 3 to 5 on that Thursday.
The table will not consist of applications because you must go online to get your application.
You just have a laptop and a
gonna
Wi-Fi
say.
connection.
We're gonna have two of them because we can help someone if they don't understand how to onboard one of their keys or don't know how to update, upload their photos, which people have a great deal of difficulty with. All depends what they're using. That's why we're gonna be there with the table. I mean, I don't know anything about the industry, but if someone needs help with this in that area, certainly we can help then. And then the afternoon, that 2-hour presentation probably needs to be like 5 hours with all the changes we have, but of course we'll condense it down to 2 hours. We'll be on a very tight time frame, so we'll be cutting it off right at a certain time. Penny be in the back of the room going, so the conversations will be over.
You want to
But
get on
we-
that roller coaster.
Yeah,
those
then
motions
we
in the
certainly,
record.
yeah, we certainly appreciate the association inviting us to speak at their convention. The only other thing I had was I asked her, that's the International Association for Regulatory.
Security and investigative regulators.
Right. It is going to be meeting in October in Las Vegas. That's all the information I have on that at this particular time. I don't even have a proposed agenda. It was scheduled to be in North Carolina. No, let me back up by saying it was scheduled to be in Tennessee. I explained to them that since we were making such changes in our office, our new database, the applications, everything that was hitting at one time, I just didn't know how we could handle that as well and do an excellent job with it. So North Carolina decided that they would be the host state until they had some difficulties in their state. So they backed out, actually the association backed out and decided we would go to Las Vegas, Nevada this year in October. We will go back, I'm sure, to North Carolina when things have changed in that particular state. At all possible, we have been asked to hold the meeting again next year. Take a look at that, and I'll be able to hopefully make a decision when we go in October. Thank you.
Okay, any more new business?
Oh, ma'am.
All minds clear?
Yes.
Meeting is adjourned until we come back in August. Thank you.
Of course, Beth and I will be retired before he comes back.